and welcome to the Free Fire MCPS. Yes, we have added a brand new letter to the league, which means we've
Yes, we
added
did.
a brand new region. Super, super exciting. But of course, joining me on the panel for today is going to be none other than Husky and the Mustachio AJ. Gentlemen, how are you feeling? We've got 4 regions to represent here.
I'm feeling excited. In fact, I just want to say Farang will win the whole major, like they've always won every single competition they've been in. They came in second in the Free Fire Challenger series. They went to the world stage, so they will smash this major hands down. Period.
Yeah, I was expecting to see all 4 regions play at MCPS, but unfortunately, the usual dominance has pushed through once again. We only have M as well as the P out of the MCPS playing at the MCPS Season 4. I'm excited to see exactly what they bring to the table, but hopefully the next time we come around with this competition, we see more firepower from Cambodia as well as Sri Lanka, Danny.
Absolutely. I think at the end of the day, maybe they're not here, but it's going to light a fire in these regions going into next season, right? I mean, it's like, yeah, maybe not this time, but they now know that they have another opportunity going into next season that, okay, maybe we can qualify. We're going to spend extra time training. We're going to watch the streams. We're going to see how the competition plays, and hopefully we can steal some strateginos from the competition. Sometimes you got to play a little dirty to get in the competition.
Honestly, I think they've left a very good impression, right? They've got off to a pretty good start when we looked at the Challenger series. We had 2 teams from Cambodia, 2 teams from Sri Lanka, Never Stop, Archangel, AKO Khmer, and Diversity Gaming. They've shown us some moments of brilliance, and I think with a little bit of polishing, I'm pretty sure we would see them the next season.
Too kind, my man. A lot of polishing is needed if we want to see them in the next season, because those some moments of brilliance just weren't enough. It was enough to make us remember their names. It was enough to make us perhaps, get excited for a couple of those rounds, but it just truly wasn't enough for them to squeeze themselves into a fantastic showing, even at MCPS overall. But I wanted to point out something. We kind of, unintentionally got color-coded here, white and red all over the map.
We did. Did we?
Yeah. Kinda. No, not actually. Like,
sort of. Yeah.
Kinda, sorta.
True. I didn't notice that. Like, I spent 2 hours looking at the 3 of us, and I did not notice that.
Well, now you do.
Now I do.
Well, is this to imply that someone's going to wear blue tomorrow? Maybe some yellow, some green, purple, change up the color scheme a little bit? Or maybe you can color code again tomorrow, we'll all come and wear an orange.
Maybe we can, right? But, one thing I'm definitely looking forward to is seeing exactly how, these teams navigate the competition, right? Because we have seen a few changes as well. The brands are the same, but the list of players under some of those brands have been totally revamped, Husky.
Yeah, and I think there are some teams that I am keeping my eyes out for. One of the most exciting one is Expand for me personally, but we have a lot of time to talk about that later on. Another team was that Semni's acquisition of the old Geek Fam roster. I think that is a huge move for Semni as an organization, and I think it's a move that some of us have anticipated for a while. Now that they're back in the ring, this is going to be a big moment for Semni in general.
Yeah, and the OG Geek Fam's back as well, Danny.
The OG Geek Fans back as well. I think there's a lot of stuff happening with these rosters, but we'll look at the roster a little bit later on. I think we also have to talk about how the competition is going to be played as well, right? Because this is probably the most different MCPS out of all of the MCPs we've had so far, right? So this season, we have added Alpine to the map pool, which is going to be a big change for some of these teams. It's still a fresh map, really. I don't think everything has been fully explored. And with the inclusion of the map, this also has changed how the competition is going to be played. So I think in particular, we spoke about this backstage, behind the screen, whatever you want to call it, where we are no longer just going to be playing 6 games in a day. We have decided to upgrade. Yes, we're going to call that an upgrade, and play 8 and 7 games over the course of the weekend, which is going to be, firstly, extra 2 games for you guys to watch, but also more opportunities for these teams to get a feel of each other. Because I feel like the more you play against your opponents, you're going to learn more, you'll adapt more, and that's going to be where the ability to adapt comes in for some of these teams, right? We've got some teams that are one-hit wonders, and then you have others that are a little bit slow to get out of the gate. So they need a bucket of water splashed over their head as they get out of bed.
Yeah, and I think for this competition as well, there are just so much more variables to look at. The new map being one, and just generally some teams that didn't play in their local league because they're invited to the major now get to show their chops.
Yep. Now, here's the tournament format for today. So, as we said, we are going to be watching 8 games in one day. And you're probably wondering, how do you split 8 games between 3 groups? Okay, so we are going to be going for something a little bit weird. The first 3 maps, which is going to be Bermuda, Kalahari, and Bermuda, we're going to be watching groups A versus B duke it out. B versus C will only play 1 game of Kalahari and 1 game of Bermuda. And then we're going to wrap up the day with 2 rounds of Kalahari and 1 round of Bermuda for group A versus C. So if you think about it, it's a bit of an interesting split with only B and C only having 2 rounds, whereas the rest of the groups they're playing 3 games back to back, which is quite a lot.
Yeah, I've always loved the format changes. Garina always knows how to keep things fresh. But this particular scheduling, I'm not so sure exactly how the teams are going to be, I guess, adjusting to it. Overall, if you look at it, Group A plays 6 matches, B and C plays 5 each. So A has the high probability of obviously sitting down at the top of the leaderboard, depending on how the teams do. And the points format, the tournament format for the point system, pretty much stays the same. You hit that booyah, you pick up 12 points. You take the second spot, you get a few lesser, and then you just dock off 1 point for each and every single rank that you get lower than that. Except for the 11th and 12th spot, Danny, you get nada. And the only way to buffer up your points from then on would be through the kills. Each of them gets you 1 point.
Pew-pews. Yes, exactly. I mean, we've seen from the past seasons that we have all broadcasted together, right? MCPS, MCP back in the days, back in my day. Kills just being so influential for some of these teams, and we do know a few teams off the top of our heads. I think in particular, Geek Fam, very kill heavy team. It's like their placements are good, but you always see this squad on top of the kills department.
Yeah.
Now, sorry, Husky, just very quickly, we are going to move on to the team participation in just a second, because I'm very, very sure we've got a lot of viewers wondering who's in what group, who's going to be playing with each other for the first half of the season, and then who is going to inevitably get the easier group. But I mean, in Free Fire, we haven't really seen many situations where the groups are hard, medium, easy, right? The groups tend to be well-rounded. I think very rarely we're going to get like the group of death, and that's it.
I think we've seen it like a couple of times, but whenever we dive deeper into those groupings, they always end up to be a bit more even than we expected. But just looking at
the
groupings for this first half, I would want to say that Farang probably has the easiest group out of everyone, just based off of the performance. But
you mean based off your prediction? Stop it, Husky. No, come on.
I'm being very realistic, right? Just based on the statistic and the data. But that is also excluding the fact that Hard to Get we didn't get to see them play in their local tournament.
Fair.
This is their appearance in a long time. But we did get a glimpse of them when they play in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and they're a very solid team. Ex-Divinity esports players, or maybe they will be a good challenge to Farang.
AJ, I want to hear your thoughts on the groups.
I'm most definitely looking forward to Group A, because there's, going to be a little bit of drama unfolding. You're looking at what now is the ex-Geek Fam, i.e. Sem9, going up against Geek Fam, the OG Geek Fam, inside of Group A. This is surely the group of death, right? You've got a team like SAF in there. McRory, he got nerfed once those grenades got taken out of the equation. But now that we see more of the quantity of grenades out there on the battlefield, I expect to see him shining once again, depending on how he has trained all throughout the break that we've had recently. Anxiety as well as Toda in this group. So for me personally, Group A, that's exactly who I've got my eyes on. But we don't want to leave out Group C. Who can forget Orange Esports and that phenomenal comeback that they did at the Challenger Series, right? From the group stage, pretty much not showing up throughout all of the group days. And then just 2 days before the grand finals, they showed up. And at the grand finals itself, they stamped their feet of dominance, and nobody could keep up with them. Of course, overall, they didn't do, too flashily at the grand finals, but I like that spirit in them.
Spirit's always very handy when it comes to these competitive tournaments. But very quickly, this is the prize pool that we are going to be working with For the league stage, before anyone gets confused, there are two stages to the competition. You've got the league stage, and then you have the grand final, which has a separate prize pool. But so far, this is what the teams are playing for, not just to make it to the grand final, but also a little bit of cash to put into their pockets. There's motivation, you got to keep it going, $2,000. And this is USD as well, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
And considering our region, this is a lot of money for us just for a league stage prize pool. So $2,000, very, very delicious. 1,500 for second place, 1,300 for third and fourth place. And then as you go down, there's going to be a smaller and smaller cut. So even though the teams potentially might not make it to the grand finals, you still have this incentive, right, to perform and try and end the tournament with as much prize money as you can. So there's the teams, there's the prize money, and we already saw the format for today. And as you may have already noticed, it's Bermuda and Kalahari Day. Very, very contrasting maps, right? You've got fast-paced Bermuda, and then you have Kalahari, which a lot of teams take much, much slower. And we're going to be jumping into A versus B for our first matchup. I know AJ is super excited for this grouping because he's got Group A. Husky's there with Farang, is basically just waving the Farang flag around in this first matchup. But before we jump into the game, just a reminder, we have a giveaway happening later today. It's going to be 2 Lively Beast Weapon loot crates. So make sure you are here on the stream to claim that code when it pops up. We're not going to tell you when it pops up because we want you to see when it pops up, okay? I don't want you to hang around just for the code. Watch the stream. The games are going to be fantastic, I promise you. But AJ, Husky, I think we're going to start this discussion here because A versus B. I know Husky's going to be in the Farang ring. We've got AJ. I think AJ's nice, all right? He's the Group A ring. You got this other guy in the corner with just like one team. But I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think we're going to be seeing in this first matchup? Because I think we've seen in the past the trends to be the past trends are that teams tend to play a little bit slower, right? Because they're trying to get a feel of the groups. They don't know how everyone's playing. They're also maybe getting used to their new lineups. What do you guys think? Is it just going to be that, or are we going to be? Is someone going to go ham?
Go ahead.
I mean, okay. Well, so I looked at Group A and Group B, and I think the two teams I want to look at, Farang aside, it's actually hard to get and Supreme Assault Forces because there's a bit of a roster change. I say roster change, but it's just one player, right? So Forbis went from SAF to hard to get, and Hawkeye went from hard to get to SAF. So I do wonder how this is going to change the dynamics a bit because Forbis is kind of your entry fragger. He's a very aggressive player. Hawkeye, not so. Likes to sit back a bit more. So I am curious to see how they complement their new team. But aside from that, another team I want to look at is Todak, because Todak did go through a slight change, right? Afik is not in the team anymore. They brought in Kid Ames. But what Todak showed us during the Challenger series is that they like to switch in Afik and Exec, right? Interchangeably. And now that role has been taken over by Kid Ames. Does that change Todak's dynamic overall? Because they had a horrendous Challenger series, and this is a major, so the stakes are higher.
Yeah, and Husky has pointed out exactly who we are going to be watching. But to answer your question, I think things are going to be super slow in the first matchup in itself, most definitely because we don't know exactly where they're going to be dropping into, right? And all of the teams don't know exactly who to expect. So a lot of hot drops to start the day off is exactly what I anticipate at the very least in match number 1, as well as match number 2 later on.
Yeah. Are there any teams that you think are going to be on the hunt today? Is there anyone in particular that likes to go for that early aggression, even on day 1?
Yeah, I mean, the OG Geek Fam as they come back. You want to hit on 7-9. I don't think 7-9 is going to get super aggressive. I think they still want to see exactly what the OGs have in store for us. So Geek Fam, as they used to be super ferocious in each and every single one of these matches, I want to see their level of confidence today. But there's a high probability that they are coming back with that fire to prove themselves worthy out there on the battlefield. So there might just be a possibility that we see them roaming from the get-go.
That is a big possibility because this, but on top of that, I feel like this Geek Fam that we have right now is kind of a shadow of their former selves. We don't really get the full Geek Fam, so maybe that would be a factor that influence whether they are as aggressive as they were before. We never really got to see this iteration up to, well, later on. And that that's the reason why I think Sem9 is probably going to bring out that aggression a bit more, because this team has shown us during the Challenger series that when they go aggressive, they go super aggressive, and they are willing to take risks. They were one game away from taking the crown locally, and they went full ham on that very last round, beating teams like Farang, beating teams like Orange Esports even.
Yep.
So if there's any team that would pull the trigger without hesitation, I think Sem9 would be that team.
All right, so we have to do the deed, gentlemen. We've got to make our predictions. Who do you think is going to be getting the... Why do I even ask you? AJ, who do you think is going to be getting the booyah for this first round?
Ooh, it's really premature, right? We haven't even seen them perform out there on the battlefield, and you guys already want to make predictions. But, I think it's going to be Sem9 because they've got a lot to prove under a brand new organization. I think they have got a little bit more love and support under the Sem9 brand now as well. And I think that extra bit of love and support might just urge the boys to bring out their best performance, to show the brand that they are truly worth to be picked up as well as further invested into. And I think that, this might just be a great day of showing for Sem9. And they're still working off the adrenaline of winning the Challenger Series already. And we saw how good they were at Alpine, and all of the other teams paled in comparison when we threw them into that new map. It wasn't like Sem9 immediately popped off at Alpine, right? They took a little while. They took, I think, 2 or 3 maps to kind of get adjusted to it, get used to it. But nobody else managed to dominate Alpine in the exact same way. Unless, all of these teams have taken that break to really invest their time to learn Alpine and to master it fully, I think it's still going to be a day for Sem9 at the end of the day. But when you look at specifically 2 maps, Bermuda as well as Kalahari, they don't slack off on those maps as well. So true dominance from Sem9 to prove themselves in match number 1 might just lead them to that booyah.
All right, I do believe the game is starting in just a second. So we've got our predictions locked in. We're going to have to see who does get that booyah. And I think once we jump into that plane, I'm going to have to say goodbye, but that's fine. I get to watch the games because Husky and AJ, you're going to be casting this matchup. But right before we jump in, because I think we do have a little bit of time, we've spoken about the Goliaths. I think we have to talk about the Davids. Who are the underdogs that we're going to have to watch out for this round?
Todak. I think Todak is actually a big David. In Group A.
That's
really
a big David. Okay.
David Small, man.
Right, a small David.
All right, I'm gonna let you two take over. Husky, AJ, take it away for game 1 of day 1.
Thank you very much, Danny. It's a great day for Free Fire, and it's a great day to kick off the majors. Unfortunately, we don't have the C and the S in this tournament, but nonetheless, we still will get quality games coming up. But just to continue that point about, the David, I say Todak, and I think a lot of people might be surprised with this statement, because I feel like Todak didn't have a good showing, right? We looked at the most recent tournament that Todak played in. If I have to be, AJ level mean, I would say it was an atrocious performance from an organization that had players that showed us so much potential just a year ago. So coming into this, they actually can be considered as one of the biggest underdogs.
Yeah. I mean, mean is one way to look at it. Being brutally honest is another way. And I like your brutal honesty because the last time we saw them at the Challenger Series, 11th out of 12 spots available for a brand like Toda. I don't know what was going on with them on those 2 days of grand finals, but it's clearly, wasn't what we were expecting out of the squad, right? But this time around, we spot the boys moving straight into Observatory, and the potential opponents that they might take on initially would be Icon. But it is ORV that meets the players of Freedom Cheese here at a very early drop on in. Hot drop, and we do have the P90 in his opponent's hands. That's going to be a total GG. Asta turns around the corner. High rate of fire from the P90. Just what you will need. And Asta manages to get that first drop.
First blood. It's a very easy engage from Asta. And I don't want to say it's a misplay by Jens, but obviously, Asta had a better aim in that particular situation. So this is a very, I would say a very slow start.
Yep.
But, you get that 1 kill early on. It's going to give you a bit more of that confidence to go out with. Unfortunately, there's no resources for Asta, so that's kind of unfortunate. But on the other end, we get to see Geek Fam, and this is what we've been waiting to see.
Yeah, I don't know if or not No Escape Revolt can get out of this situation because right in front of them, they've got the OG Geek Fam, and right above them with that high ground advantage stands the players of Hard to Get who are already lighting up that battlefield, trying to tag up the players of No Escape Revolt. No Escape literally cannot escape, but they do have Slurpee quite far away from the rest of them. The only thing here that can turn against them is if Batman and Jay-Z go out for a hunt at Kota Tua. That's going to be the end of Slurpee, who's trying to play this as safe as possible. Potentially is the guy that revives the whole squad if things go south here against Geek Fam, Husky.
So far, they're still playing in a very safe manner, and this is what I like. But, we talk a bit about Slurpee. He is going pretty far away, out to Kota Tua. Probably on a scouting mission to get some resources, but who's looking in the shadows?
He's being
Batman.
scouted.
He is being scouted by Hard to Get. Batman. This is kind of his domain.
Oh,
if this is Gotham, Batman might have a really good chance. But did he not see Slurpee?
Batman!
Definitely not good for Batman, though. He definitely heard the footsteps. He probably wanted to go onto the high ground. Did get there safely, but it was a big risk for him to take.
Yeah, huge risk, man. I wasn't expecting that sort of a move from Batman, and he didn't even have any recovery method, right? Jay-Z was way too far away. If he got knocked at that point, he would have gotten taken out of the equation as well. But a good engagement from afar. 4-bits drops him with a car and eliminated by Ares. This teamwork between the players of Hard to Get is just going to make the effort of Geek Fam so much more easier. Axis almost catching one player from the side of SAF, but he uses the launch pad to get the heck out of there. Shipyard belongs to Axis Esports now as they continue looting up this area, not to be disturbed. But SAFs, they still have Hawkeye at the very edge of this perimeter, waiting to make his way in.
And actually, for Axis, they're not playing with, I believe, Shahid today. So this is, also something interesting from Axis. They actually have 6 players on that team. You can use it interchangeably, but the core of the team is still going to go down to Neptune and Vegeta, right? Neptune, especially this newer phase, has shown us so much potential during the Challenger Series. He was kind of the clutch gods, beating even the best teams, like I believe Anxiety at one point. But thankfully, SAF decided to take the safe route to just get out of it. The SAF we knew, 2 seasons ago would have fought Axis head on, but this SAF does play a little bit safer.
No Escape Revolt managed to get away from Geek Fam, OG Geek Fam, and now they meet Sem9, the new version of the Geeks, right? And Sem9 have an opportunity here. I believe they've already spotted out Shah, and they move together as a group. The right-hand side flank, Phoenix moves on for that shutdown. Man04 catches Shah, puts him down into the ground, sends him back to the lobby. Off screen, the rest of the players from No Escape Revolt only back in a way. They do not want to engage with Sem9. They want to focus on getting that revival at Pochinok, and they should be able to pull this off because nobody else seems to be in that vicinity. Farang, on the other hand, they engage with the players of Hard to Get. Jay-Z getting tagged up left, right, center as he tries to get away. He seems to be the only player in this compound. Flank on the side of ORV, on the other hand, getting stuck with Geek Fam. And this is the kind of scrappy play I expect on day number 1 as all of these teams hop on in. They don't have their strategies all pulled together just yet. Here, Husky.
And this is a very interesting move, though. He is completely alone in the open. Thankfully, this is just the first circle, so you have a lot of leeway to tank that damage and still find a way out. But unfortunately, there is no way out for him unless he decides to kind of bulldoze through Geek Fam, and that is not going to be an option. Flank is going to join him, and this is kind of a wild goose chase between Geek Fam and ORV. Geek Fam, they have that buy point, so even if they don't get these kills, it's completely fine. They've taken control of the bridge. But on the other side, Sem9 against Anxiety, it's going to turn out a bit different because Sem9 have full control of Factory.
I am just surprised with the number of big encounters we are seeing here time after time. I mean, Sem9 just moments ago, they were about to take the players of No Escape Revolt out of the equation. And just like that, right in front of Anxiety, Toda on the other hand getting caught out in the open. Icon moves in for the sweep, but 4Eyes gets knocked right down onto the ground. Time turner played by Man. So low on that HP. Doesn't have much of an opportunity. Toda loses spark. Chill goes down as well.
No.
Pedro and Man. This is a 1v1. Icon taken out. Pedro saves the day.
Yeah, when they need him the most, Pedro always steps up, and I just wish we see it a bit more often. Unfortunately, Chiu just decides to run into a landmine. Thankfully, Pedro was alive, so Icons couldn't take Todak with them from the grave.
Yeah.
Not the best start for Todak, but I would take it any day. They still have that revival point right in front of them, so they can bring the rest of the team back. SAF, on the other hand, are making that very quick move over to Hanger. Knowing SAF, this is an incredibly passive start from a team that I feel like does make a lot of proactive moves. But one thing we can be sure about SAF, if there's any elements that they brought from the year before, is that when we go into those final, the second or the last circle of the game, SAF always steps up in those big team fights.
Yeah, Icon and Todak's really lucky that it was Icon that jumped in for the attack there, and Icon used the meta of the Malaysians love to say bar, mindless gameplay. Jump on in there and just start shooting up the compound. They were very unlucky, but at the same time, they deserve to be unlucky because that was one of the worst attacks I have seen in quite a while. They just jumped into that fight without thinking twice. The moment they saw Todak approaching their compound, all they thought of was 4 easy kill points off of them, and they got punished for that decision, Husky.
Honestly, I do think that there are some merits to these kind of moves, right? Compared to what we saw from the Sri Lankan teams, where they just completely back off. Sometimes you gotta have a bit of aggression, but too much of that can prove to be fatal. On the other hand, though, unfortunately for Hard to Get, they just lost 4 bits, so this means that the entire factory control might have to be relinquished. I don't even know how Hard to Get got there, but Oren with that nade deserves a highlight reel because this guy has been so good with utilities, and that is one of the evidence.
And this is the team that I think is going to be shining the brightest here, not only in match number 1, but day number 1 overall, looking at their supremacy through the Challenger Series. But we have to focus on the players of Geek Fam as they catch the players of No Escape Revolt. Once again, Yasta from beyond, and Made in 87 in hand, manages to get the knock, a double knock as Jim Quest gets taken out of the equation as well. Yasta getting everything done all on his own.
Clean as a whistle. But unfortunately, for No Escape Revolt, both Phrase and Jim Quest didn't really have much health to work with, and if you're up against a double barrel shotgun, that's an instant kill. One thing I do want to quickly point out about 7-9 is that it's not the first time they are in competitive Free Fire, right? They had to exit in a very unfortunate manner, so I think this return is very great for them because they picked up such a strong roster. Geek Fam able to secure an entry into the circle. Axis Esports also able to do so, and they have No Escape Revolt in front of them, but thankfully they have the numbers advantage, and Vegeta has already found Slurpee, and the last member alive is Shah, and I don't think there's much place for him to go. Axis Esports should be able to clean this up.
Yeah, good play with the time turner. Shah steps out, a grenade out of nowhere, drops them out of the competition. Neptune, the man this time round, saves Vegeta outside of the circle, but not a lot of compound to cover as he heals his buddy up as well. Neptune and gang have a lot of time to make it into the next circle. Great play by Axis Esports. A little unfortunate if you are No Escape Revolt, just coming across team after team after team on those rotations into the circle.
And we already see a big kerfuffle in Factory. ORV shows up, Anxiety is around, but 7-9, they're holding their ground just fine. They do knock down Manofo and Oren though, thanks to the efforts of ORV, but Phoenix is there to bring his buddies back up and flank. He's trying to get something done, but Victory is just a bit sharper. And 7-9 continues to hold on to Factory. Even though Anxiety heard that commotion, I don't think they want to get involved right now.
Don't want to get involved, but there's a time to your patience. You have to strike at a certain point of time, or you are going to get your compound flushed out. Neptune charging up the grenade already. There's a time turner pulled out. Bayed doesn't manage to do anything. That was a perfect charge up by Neptune, and he finishes off Bayed. Farang, they don't seem to have a standing. Jemba almost knocked down by Rap, but he manages to pull up his glue wall. Spade now, Max 7, and the beautiful rate of fire from this shotgun might just keep him alive, but then backstab following him up as well. Jemba barricades himself, flame drop, and Rap has that Max 7 as he takes the attack. The players of Farang still backing away. They don't want to get aggressive, but Axis Esports puts down Spade.
Yeah, Rap with his debut performance so far doing absolutely sublime. There's only 2 men left. The ambush from the side. And the Charge Buster does wonders. But Farang, they're not out of the woods just yet. As the Esports still has Neptune left alive, and Too Bad now has to deal with the big bad raid boss of Axis, the clutch master of this organization. They're gonna take the fight head on. Neptune with Blue Wall gives himself some form of cover. It's gonna take that time to heal back up, but the bad news is that the blue zone is closing in. He's tanking a lot of the damage that's flashed by Too Bad, who is just gatekeeping the entrance towards the escape for Neptune, but Neptune's gonna go for the challenge. Scarlet turns the corner and loses out to Too Bad, who actually wins Too Bad.
Does he have enough time?
Survives.
Does he have enough time though?
No,
Axis Esports Neptune loses his life to the circle. Not enough time, not enough HP to sustain that. SAF still alive and kicking. Great engagement by Axis against Farang, but they just equalize both out in that 7th and 6th spot. Yadov manages to find Pedro. Toda eliminated in the 5th place, and SAF are back to their days of glory, looks like it.
Good performance on Todak so far. 5th place, 8 kills, playing with a number disadvantage, so they did the best they could. SAF taking over the compound, but that also puts them very far away from the center of this safe zone, which is already completely controlled by Semnai and Anxiety. Geek Fam, they're still kind of hesitant on whether they want to bring the full squad in, and Phoenix and Fikri taking that initial shot probably confirms that Geek Fam should have someone on the outskirts, but they also have to be worried about Anxiety, who is trying to find a way in, and Phoenix somehow still gets a snipe on the Haki.
Hey, fantastic, but the kill doesn't come through just yet. It's just a knock. Anxiety trying to make their way into the compound. Open ground gameplay gonna serve them terribly, and SAF on the approach from the back as well. Anxiety needs to get into the compound and find themselves a better defensive spot. At the moment, it's only Sem9 with the best compound to play, possibly high ground advantage. They use that to perfection. Phoenix with a Groza, one of the best guns in the competition, and look at the meta coming through here. High ground advantage, can't look over the walls, but use one of that airdrop to perfection by climbing on top of it. Fura from afar knocks down Fikri, but since they're up on that high ground, picking him up, not going to be a problem at all, Aske.
Yeah, this is just, chip damage that SM9 are willing to take, but you have to be worried about Orindo. Look at that Anxiety, forced to use both the time turners, and Orange is just throwing grenades at them. The ice grenade now comes out, and Semnai actually had someone watching this entrance, Man 04, being pressured away by the grenade launcher, and it's a good move from Anxiety. Phoenix knocked down once more, but again, it's on the high ground, they can pick it back up. Anxiety, they need to clear out Man 04 before they even can think of getting into Factory.
Yeah, Geek Fam, as well as Sem9, inside of that factory compound. They've got those great walls of factory to protect them. Anxiety, on the other hand, just a little bit misplaced here in terms of positioning, and Fura exposes himself just to get knocked down onto the ground. Chessman a little too far away to pick him up, but Kanoho is there. Beautiful save by the players of Anxiety. SAF still haven't taken advantage just yet, using the slight drop of elevation that this hill provides as a defensive spot. Smart plays by SAF as well. And the circle hunts down SAF. Everybody else has to get into their compound. This is a great opportunity for SAF to collect some kill points, Aski.
Yeah, SAF didn't really budge the entire time. They did lose Let's Go though. I believe it was to Geek Fam that was the closest to them, but now they have full control of the circle. The problem is, this siege is not going to be easy to hold back unless Anxiety deals with the teams that are in front of them. Sem9 now have to get out of the factory, and it's not going to be a simple task. They all have to now run straight into the circle that is guarded by SAF.
Geek Fam doing great so far. Orange shows himself. Apis tries to take him out of the equation with the Woodpecker. Doesn't get it. Man 04 switches place with him to respond to Apis's shots. Brings in the Charge Buster to play as well. Hazi getting aggressive. Has the grenade launcher. That's going to be a game changer in the final circle.
Sem9, they're trying to cut through the factory walls, but unfortunately, they cannot get out the perimeter without facing the tune of Anxiety and Geek Fam. So this is going to be a tough one for Sem9, unless SAF has something to say about it. Anxiety, they're thinking of taking control of the circle first, but Sem9 starts backstabbing them. Can SAF hold off this siege with 2 members? So they do! They see the knee of Fura and they knock him down. And Hawkeye is going to go aggressive against Chessman. Drops the blue wall to provide some cover. Toby, Man 04, they all get knocked down by the blue zone, and Anxiety is out. SAF still holds on.
SAF stealing away those kills as well, and now Geek Fam flanking from the left-hand side. Sem9 to deal with on that right. Yado focuses on Geek Fam, and that bullet penetrating through all of those glue walls might just be the saving grace here. Yado manages to secure the kill onto Haziq. Yasta exposes himself. Yado goes in for the prone, and Yasta gets taken down by Sem9's Orin. A three-way fight. SAF looks like they are in a great spot to win this as Geek Fam goes down as well. Goodbye, Sem9. SAF is back. What a booyah!
What did I say from the very beginning? The winners. I'm a big fan of Farang, but it's SAF, right? Gotta give it to SAF. Farang did not win this, to be very honest. But yeah, you know,
production trusting your prediction, man. They already prepared the graphics in advance. Okay, Husky said it's gonna be Farang. It's gonna be Farang.
Yeah, I say Farang's gonna win the whole thing, but not the booyah. You know, they had a slow start domestically, and I think that's gonna be the case. But you know, the elephant in the room is definitely SAF.
Yeah.
They got off to a slow start, but you can always trust them when it comes to the final circle. There was a bit of luck involved with the circle going to them, but they handled that so well. And of course, you know, just another day in the office, just sleeper, a resident sleeper,
Snoozing.
I believe that's what they call it.
Yeah.
Easy game.
Cutie little puppy right in front of us on the screen. But I love what SAF brings into the competition. You know, this is one of the teams that I've got my eyes out for because McRory and his supremacy that he usually brings into the competition, I believe we might just be able to see that. But we've also got a great lineup of players on the side of SAF. You talked about how Hawkeye is now on their side. I believe he is one of the best players to add onto the roster to perfect the lineup of SAF. Right? That long-range engagement that Hawkeye is so well known for is going to serve up SAF well. And yes, although there was a little bit of luck played into that final circle, played towards the players of SAF, it's how you use that luck, right? Because although the circle hunted them down, they were in the open grounds. They barely had any cover whatsoever, and they had to spot both the left and right side of the map. And the one thing that played into their favor was the fact that Geek Fam wasn't taking any initiative to flank around from that left-hand side. If Geek Fam had already flanked in from that left a little bit earlier, I don't think SAF would have been able to put so much of pressure on the players of Anxiety, get those extra kill points, and also pressure Sem9 at the very same time. Geek Fam, with their lackadaisical approach in that final circle, allowed SAF to sweep that Booyah Husky.
And that was kind of a Sem9 threat as well, because they were, both Geek Fam and Anxiety were completely pressured by Sem9 from Factory. So they were worried that if they make that first move to engage SAF, Sem9 would pick them off. So it's all these mental warfare, you know, the situation setting up to be perfect for SAF to clean up shop. I just want to quickly point out, I think someone has to check one of the SAF players, the one with the palm. I think it's the palm playing. That's why they were playing so good. You know, like, I'm just messing. But that's a very cute puppy. The overall stats, though, it does show a lot that in this match alone, towards the very end, SAF missed up a couple of points thanks to the blue zone, knocking down a lot of these players.
Yeah, I wonder if we will be able to get a total overall stats for SAF in comparison with the overall stats pulled out throughout the whole lobby, because that'll be quite a good comparison to see how they performed versus how, you know, whatever stats we managed to find throughout the whole lobby, right? But Pedro picking up the highest rate of kills, 7 slays out there on the battlefield. It just shows exactly how lethal Todak can be, and it looks like the performance that they dragged into the Challenger Series is not what we should be expecting here at MCPS Major Season 4.
That's what we said during the Challenger Series. If you remember, right, they got off to a very good start. And I'm sorry to Todak fans, I'm not entirely convinced just yet. I give credit. It was an incredibly good round. You know, Pedro got 7 out of the 8 total kills, but that's what happened in the Challenger Series, where they had a good start. But the second half was completely, I don't know if unwatchable is a good term, but it wasn't good for Todak. So if they can keep this momentum, then sure, I'm sold. But I just want to quickly sidetrack a bit and point out that the graphics for Total Knockdown is probably my favorite. So whoever designed that deserves a pay raise. But yeah, I mean, Todak, they need a bit more. I need to see a bit more before I can convincingly say that this team is back to the prime form.
I mean, Husky, we're only literally game one of day one. So we've got plenty of opportunities to see some of these teams come back and again adapt to the competition. But let's take a look at our MVP for the round. It's going to be from Todak. It's Pedro. All right then. Interesting. Again, he's going to be sitting here with 7 kills to his name, 1,176 damage, and wait, what's ACS?
Yeah, I think something. ACS is
It's not headshots, is it?
It's the same thing as it's the same numbers as damage. So we got
that's an
average
combat.
combat.
Incredibly high ACS.
Okay, hang on. I'm very
right.
sure this will probably change as we progress through the league because it's probably going to be average damage across the entire league. So right now it's going to be a static number. I think after game 2, then we're going to get a proper figure for your ACS. All right, so interesting. I actually like that stat.
I think it's like cumulative of all the matches you play, and then there's some.
It's probably I think
there's some maths going on. So don't be fooled. Like this, they look like they're very high ACS. That is going to kind of gradually reduce based on the matches that they played. I think Pedro in general has always been a great player, right? He's one of those individuals that doesn't really need a team to play around him, because you can always rely on him when you're in a dire situation. And when he debuted with Argon MY, he was the first guy we looked at. We didn't even bother looking at players like Oren, who is now one of the best grenade lobbers in Sem 9. That time it was Pedro all along.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, we've just witnessed one game from Groups A versus B, but we're already getting a really strong feel that this is going to be a very tough group in general, right? It's very top heavy. We're seeing the standard names sitting at the top of the bracket. We're not really seeing some of our underdogs making it through, which again, it's just game 1. We could be seeing some changes. But I'm glad for one to see SAF up here, because I think there was a period of time where SAF were slowly falling out of favor, or they were falling out in terms of the competition. And I was thinking, oh no, is this a team that's just going to peak for one season? But I am glad that SAF is still proving that they are one of the top dogs that's going to be competing. Very quickly, here's the standings for match number 1. SAF, not only do they get the booyah, but they also take home those 9 kills, which means they end the round with 21 points. A very solid start to their day. Sem 9 in second place is going to take home 17 points. Todak will take 14. GeekFam will take 13. And then Axis, Esports, and Anxiety are going to tie together with 11 points apiece. A couple teams to watch out for here on the bottom end of the scale, though. We've got No Escape, Revolt, and Hard to Get. They only get 1 point, so not a great start, unfortunately, to these 2 squads, but we are going to be jumping into round 2. Maybe we're going to be seeing a change, because we are also swapping maps. We're going to be jumping into Kalahari next, which for some teams, it's going to be great news, whereas for other teams, it's not going to be so good. So, yeah, everyone has preferences, and Kalahari, I think it's a very hard yes or a hard no when it comes to map preference.
I think the one team that has always been kind of like the center of attention, the butt of the inconsistency conversation is, in this case, Hard to Get, right? And this doesn't just stem from the fact that they went from Divinity Esports to Hard to Get. Back in the Divinity days, they are also a team that is riddled with inconsistency. They had a very good game with Batman popping off, and then for the next 3-4 matches, they don't show it at all. So this slow start of them getting 1 point actually doesn't surprise me. What would surprise me is if this continues over the entire major, because Hard to Get, they have some great moments, but it's more of a dice roll every map, right? You don't know when they will play well, and when they do play well, they look incredibly good.
Yeah, I think one of the times where Batman used to be, one of the biggest MVPs is when the AWM used to really pop off on the battlefield. Now you don't really see a lot of damage from that sniper anymore. It's more towards the meta of the AC-80, which you don't see Batman, fully well-versed with just yet. Hard to Get overall, they kind of over-focused on that one meta. And then once the meta kind of shifted over, they didn't keep up with it, which is my biggest regret with the players of Hard to Get. But as we move into Kalahari, one of the biggest questions I still have, Husky, is if or not Farang will still be dominating this map, because it was expected at the Challenger Series. But when we got into the Grand Finals, Farang barely showed up at Kalahari, and that's going to be something where they either focused on fixing or continue to do badly yet? Because some of the other teams are catching up with the strat as well.
Okay, I'm going to throw a question out here because I think Husky also noticed this. We had a good discussion about it. During the Challenger Series Grand Finals, Farang were very strange every time they played on Kalahari, right? So their game-winning strategy before Grand Finals was basically to camp the center of the map, right?
Yep.
But Grand Finals weekend, they didn't do that. Husky, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, why did they do this? And do you think this is maybe the reason why they didn't perform on Kalahari like we expected?
I think one of the reasons was definitely a bit of shift. They still did try to camp Refinery, but not as actively. They were not actively contesting it as they were from the group stage. And also the teams kind of learned to adapt that, right? Especially Axis in that first Kalahari round in the grand finals. They ran straight into Farang and wiped the entire team. So I felt like Farang maybe were a bit pressured and they decided to switch things up a bit. But we do have a couple of teams. They are very good on Kalahari historically. You know, we have the Blacklist International, we have Hard to Get, we have I believe Farang. So some returning old timers, but Farang is the one team that had the original roster that dominated Kalahari. So I do expect them to put on a good performance.
Yeah, well, it's time to jump into Kalahari right now. So Husky, AJ, take it away for game number 2 of today. It's Kalahari for Groups A versus B.
Thank you very much, Danny. You know, just continuing the conversation of Farang's dominance at Kalahari here, Husky, they did change up their strategies just a little bit. Instead of camping and going in for that buddy system 2-2 split on Refinery's platforms, we saw them all gather up and focus on, I believe, the area of Bayfront. And that's exactly where the players of Axis Esports went to. Now, I don't know why they did that, because their strategy of just camping on the initial platforms at Refinery seemed to be doing them a lot of favors.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, as some of the teams, or they assume some of the teams were catching up with their strategy, because I didn't see anyone try to hot drop them. But them changing up that strat proved to be one of the worst decisions they could have made back at the Challenger Series. But it looks like they have brought in that exact adjustment. This time, they head on to those platforms.
Yeah, and I think nothing much needs to be changed. So we're going to hold that thought for a bit, because I think Icon is, again, in hot water. They were the team that got knocked out first in the previous round, only walking away with 1 point. And now they're up against Anxiety. And this team is, you know, it's very deadly given the right resources. But looking at this hot job, I kind of feel like Icon will have a decent chance if they just don't lose this close range fight. Toby somehow still survives with a sliver of health. And I think they can get a couple of kills from Icon. For anyone who is confused who got Toby, it's basically Toby who added the word God in front of his IGN.
Yeah, it's...
it's not a new guy, it's the same guy. And they found Eddie. Oh, okay, that's... good ambush from Eddie to get 1 point for himself. Actually drops the glue wall before he confirms the kill. And that's going to cost him.
And he gets taken down.
Yeah. So no points for Icons at all.
Yeah, unfortunate for Icon. It wasn't an iconic play. In fact, they trickled in one after the other. They had a good opportunity to back away from that engagement, but they just wanted to play with their luck just a little bit. And Anxiety, the team that made it all the way into that final circle, the team that put on a lot of pressure on both Sem9 as well as Geek Fam, are the ones to take over the compound very quickly. So let's see exactly what Anxiety has, because now at the sub, it's one of the spots where you can really pick up a good amount of loot for yourself. They don't even have to focus on reviving anyone, because everyone that got knocked just got picked right back up. And that one opportunity for their opponents at Icon to take them out of the equation and force a revive was kind of undone by themselves, as he dropped a glue ball right before eliminating him. So that's a little unfortunate overall.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think, you know, coming into this, one thing about Farang's strat on Refinery is that it is not impenetrable. There are ways to get to Farang. They have the high ground advantage, right? The innate advantages that they get is always there. But the teams have shown to break through that. If you overwhelm them with numbers, if you overwhelm them with utilities, it is doable. And I think Axis Esports was one of the first teams that showed us that. With that being said, Phoenix is a very easy snap with the Hawkeye, who was very unaware of where he was. And Phoenix should be able to secure this kill with that
good nade.
Hawkeye crawling down to the ground floor. Will just buy a bit of time. SAF can't save him.
Yeah, Let's Go and McRory getting out of there as quickly as possible, but I believe Let's Go doesn't really have an opportunity to run away far enough. Let's Go, Riptide Rhythm knocks down his glue wall and allows Man04 to strike him from the back. Let's Go is going to bleed out. Man04 just trying to tease him just a little bit because SAF did manage to get rid of them earlier on, and clearly Sem9's not pleased with how that final circle encounter in game number 1 went down.
That's how you know the Geek Fam spirit is still there. Probably the like even though they are under a new banner, they are still the ex Geek Fam roster, you know, and they're prone to have a bit of fun, especially when they come so close to winning and you take it away. They don't take it lightly, you know. They are a very vengeful bunch. I say that in a good way, just competitively. They won't come to your house, don't worry.
See if or not this time around the change of strategy from No Escape Revolt will be able to get them into that final circle safely. High ground advantage by JimQuest, and he just gives that up. Raf, grenade in hand, not cooking it up just yet. Neptune on that second floor. JimQuest backs away, gives a little bit of backup to his buddy down on the lower ground, but the rest of the players of No Escape Revolt ever so slowly approaching the players of Axis Esports. One nade down below. Neptune does not tag anyone up. A little bit of a waste of that lethal. Shah right back up on the top, so it makes sense as to why JimQuest let go of that position. Putting Shah up with that AC-80 is the right decision, but Axis Esports takes the fight straight to them. Slurpee drop down onto the ground. Raf now barricades himself in. Just all-out chaos inside of the small compound, and they manage to find JimQuest as well.
He somehow brought another player off his own team into the glue wall, and they destroyed their opponents. Pretty interesting interaction right there. I honestly thought for a while that, you know, Neptune was trapped with, you know, an enemy teammate, but Axis showing off their chops as expected in this competition, and they are one of the teams that kind of were considered the late bloomers, right? They showed up pretty late into the competition, and I think if they did it earlier, they would have been able to win domestically or to put up a better fight. But this is it. Sem9 against Geek Fam, the rivalry that we want to see.
Sem9 against Geek Fam, Anxiety against SAF, but SAF already have 2 players down and out already, so this is the perfect opportunity for Anxiety to take advantage, and all of these 4 teams pretty much close to each other. This is just pandemonium ticking away, almost on the verge of a breakout. Hazik, high ground advantage, just tags up the players of Sem9, trying to force them to rotate away from their compound. Just a couple of warning shots let out, but I don't think Sem9 wants to back away. They're hungry for those kill points. But out there in the open ground, the best they can do is just play the very edge of that hill, hop on over to the next side of that island, and try to play the game of survival with their glue walls.
And so far, Sem9 is doing a pretty good job in holding the fort. In fact, they were able to make it out of it without suffering any damage. And the read was actually right for both Geek Fam and Sem9. They are in the circle, but Sem9 are running straight into 2 different teams. And we'll see how they do with that. Axis didn't really take full control of that southern side. So that means that Sem9 can actually slip right in and start taking over that area with the help of Hard to Get and Confinement.
And Anxiety didn't manage to punish SAF. SAF uses that opportunity to bring the rest of their team members in, but all thanks to Jumpal as he drops Yadob. Dino fires right back. The players of SAF trying to survive, but they tag ORV instead. This is just getting a little bit more crazier out there on the battlefield, as so many players are left alive and kicking, but the circle is just a little bit too small. Somebody has to give up their positions, and ORV with a high ground advantage, trying to take advantage of the players of SAF. Freedom Cheese, apologies, but X-Man, ORV X-Man with that high ground should be able to make good work of this shot. Sees one running straight towards him, takes him out of the equation, but has to turn around. Doesn't do so, gets knocked down onto the ground instead.
Yeah, and X-Man still holding up pretty darn good. For Freedom Cheese, they are struggling heavily, getting flanked from behind as well, as Yaz going to come in with the grappling, kind of overshooting a bit. That's going to give a bit of time for Asta to respond to it, but even so, Freedom Cheese, they don't really have the resources to deal with the full force of ORV if they just commit. With that being said, Asta is still doing a pretty decent job and playing this ring around the rosy, but he exposes his back, and that means that ORV X-Men is going to get a free kill, and that leaves Nafis being the only survivor of the team.
Nafis, opportunity, but it's a 1v2 and at a disadvantage overall. Nafis gets caught out. Flank with a perfect literal flank from the left-hand side. But now the circle leaves both of them high and dry. Yan as well as Flank, they need to reposition quickly. They do have the grappling hook in their hands, and therefore repositioning isn't going to be all that too big of a trouble. But they're tanking the damage from this blue zone, which is a little surprising here, Husky.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to get their resources, and thankfully this blue zone doesn't hurt a lot yet. You can't afford to take that trade. I was looking at confinement for a while, and I'm surprised that, Axis gave Sam9 a bit of control, but Sam9 actually evacuated down to the southern side of Santa Catarina, and that kind of puts them a bit outside that safe zone with some breathing room to work with. And GeekFam being, the closest opponent, or the X-Men will be getting the full squad assembled again. So we're kind of back to square one, where most of these teams are playing at a very slow pace and just really taking fights if they are challenged.
Let's see if Hard to Get can get out of this sticky situation. Toda on the right, Axis Esports on the left, Farang right in front. Hard to Get can't get out, and they have to play this positioning to their best of ability. But the moment they peek out and try to shut people down, they're just going to get backed up. But Ares does the right thing, knocks Chill down onto the ground, but that's only going to attract the players of Toda to look straight at them. And Hard to Get going to get tagged up by Toda now. The rest of the teams are going to hear those gunshots and try to focus down that fire and the pressure on them as well. ORE X-Men, on the other hand, come across McRory. Jazly gets taken down. That double barrel doing its thing once again. But SAF, with the two surviving players, haven't managed to bring Let's Go and Yado back in again.
A lot of chances for them to do that. I believe there is a 5 point in front of SAF, so they can revive the team. SAF, as usual, I just play incredibly far away. Even on the map in its fullest, ORV, I just passed them by. So SAF fighting to play a very methodical, very passive round, just waiting all the teams to move in before they make their eventual move. Anxiety, on the other hand, though, is not going to be that lucky. They run into Sam9 for a second time, and we can see Kanoho already putting himself in position, and this wrecked ship is not going to be the best point for Anxiety to attack, but they do have Kanoho with that utility available, so maybe they can flush Sam9 out.
How are they going to do that, though? That execution is going to be very important as Toby gets knocked down. GeekFam interfering in this battle as well, making the job of Sam9 so much more easier. But the response from afar, Kanoho with the Mag 7, how did he even knock Phoenix down? Hakimi shuts down Oren. Sam9 getting toasted by GeekFam one after the other. This might just be all over. Anxiety from the back. Kanoho approaches. What a turnaround! Kanoho turns around, but Man of 4 eats him up as the final survivor. But there is a buy station in here. If Sam9 has enough coins on them, they should be able to bring their team members back. But God, Toby, as well as Chessmen can just be the ones who break Sam9 in this round. It's all about timing now, Husky.
Yeah, this is going to be very close though. Man 04, he's known to be good in this CQCs. Grappling hook to get away, buy some distance, let the blue zone do the work. Chessmen, despite being the best Filipino snipers we have, will not be able to find that angle onto Man 04, and that gives him a quick escape, but his back is exposed. Chessman needs to take that shot, doesn't find it, and Man 04 now puts himself in a very advantageous spot, but Anxiety was able to bring Kanoho back.
And Anxiety, as they focus on taking one kill point, they might all get eaten up by this safe zone here that has left them high and dry, tagging them up with damage little by little. Nobody home. ORV finds that out the hard way as they waste one lethal. One grenade out. Yan has only one more left in his arsenal as he tries to make it through to the next circle. Now they themselves are getting tagged up by this blue zone. Too bad. Down on the ground. Farang has to sustain. High ground advantage by Spade. Trying to shoot at all of those players at the same time. Finally manages to catch Yan. A little bit of assistance from that blue zone as well. Tagging Yan up. And Jazly now from the back. Flanks around. Goes in for the engagement. Double barrel pulled out by Spade. And Daisy from afar. Down Jazly.
No way.
Fantastic play by all.
No way.
And ORE actually wins that, but only for a moment as Farang turns around. Spade still surviving all of that encounter.
Spade with a 1v2 at the Watchtower. Incredible performance from this player. And ORE kind of botching that a bit. Farang still not out of the waters just yet though. Zhenbao kind of stirring the hornet's nest a bit with that grenade and deciding that it's not going to be what they want to go for. But unfortunately, they don't really have much space to work with. Batman missing that first shot. Just switches to the grenade launcher just to get Zhenbao out of his cover. But thankfully, Zhenbao does have those blue walls to keep himself safe just for a while. As Jay-Z, he's going to move on forward. The rest of Hard to Get, they are here to try and shut down Farah.
Zhenbao has got a grenade launcher. Better play it! Perfect shot through the window, but doesn't tag Batman. Batman himself has got a grenade launcher to play around with. Unfortunate, brother. And now SAF out of the equation, put down by the players of Hard to Get. Hard to Get potentially rising up to the occasion this time round, but still a lot of players to deal around with. And now as Spade steps on fourth, Farang eats the bullets from Hard to Get. Hard to Get are desperate to get into the next circle, and they will do exactly that.
And Sem 9, their run has ended as Vegeta picks off the last survivor, so no more Mano for Farang. Too Bad remains standing, brought back by his teammates, but with zero equipment, zero utilities. And I wonder how he's going to survive towards the last phase. He has to get an insane backstab to even loot up. And maybe Raph is going to be that victim, you know? You can still die to a pistol if you're unaware at close range. And Too Bad, he might have to take that chance. And with all that being said, Axis are in an incredibly good spot with 9 kills already, and they are still kicking with the full squad.
Neptune's nade goes wide, and that gives the players of Geek Fam just a little bit more opportunity to cut the distance down, not punished on their approach. 4bits and Ares, as 4bits gets taken out, Ares pushing up, and that's too aggressive. Batman, lucky for him, he has the grenade launcher, but Hard to Get knocked back into the lobby as Pedro strikes him down from afar. Thoda, they want to prove themselves in round number 2 as well, and they're doing a phenomenal job so far. But high ground advantage for Axis Esports, especially Vegeta, but Hazik gets him out of the equation. Can't ideate from afar. Vegeta falls, but only to be picked up by the rest of his team members. Axis Esports still have an opportunity, and it's all up to Neptune to keep him back. He does a good job. Up is taken down from afar. The players of Axis Esports still whooping Geek Fam.
Man, Raph is doing so much work from that long range. He's giving so much support for Neptune. Neptune flushes Geek Fam out with the grenade launcher, and Raph is just like shooting fish in a barrel from this vantage point. Nothing that Geek Fam could do. And of course, Flay will put in the finishing touches. 13 kills for Axis Esports so far, and they are not done just yet. If you don't get Raph off of this roof, there is no way you're winning the round. All that being said though, I think Farang is still there. I mean, Too Bad is still around, and he's getting a lot of placement points for his team. Can't hold up, at least slow down Axis though, because Too Bad has been found. And Axis, they're looking for that booyah. Neptune does get knocked. Okay, Todak have a chance, and it's down to Pedro again. The superhero of Todak, the rising star, the CQC god. Pedro with one more, and can Flame shut this down? Pedro, he does it! He does it again! Todak with a booyah. Shouldn't have gotten it. They don't deserve it, but Pedro earns it anyways.
Oh, absolutely, man. They earned it, and mainly because Axis Esports did a blunder there through Neptune. Neptune had the grenade launcher. All the guy needed to do was calm down, not push, wait for the players of Toda to show themselves, and then pop a couple of shots from the grenade launcher, get an easy booyah, secure that #1 spot in spectacular fashion as the winners of the booyah, but they don't. But at the end of the day, it's still gonna be Axis Esports who rise up to that #1 spot because of the pressure as well as all of the points played through the kills earlier on. But you gotta love Pedro and his patience, and you gotta ask Neptune what's up with that play, because he just cost his team the match. But if you wanna ask me who was that best team inside of that circle, hands down, Axis Esports. They had one guy on the high ground who got knocked down by Geek Fam, and the immediate replacement on that high ground advantage, Raph got up there, and that's just proving that this team has a solid strategy that they want to execute out there on the battlefield instead of just jumping into gunfights and trying to win it mechanically, Husky. And that's what I love about Axis in this particular matchup.
Honestly, this is an L that doesn't hurt as much because you got so many kills in that round. So yeah, you can give away 3 points. Would have loved to have it, but it doesn't really it doesn't really sting as it should have. But for Todak, absolutely amazing round. I mean, Pedro, I believe he survived with 10 HP towards the very end. It was literally one straight bullet to cost Todak that match. And they should have even gotten that win, right? Everything was against them. But man, Pedro, 2 rounds in a row, he stepped up big time. 7 out of 8 kills in round 1. And, getting the booyah in match number 2.
And I salute Pedro as well, because what he used to get that final victory was that charge buster. And you got to get your timing perfect, man. You got to get your timing right, or you're just going to get on that reset, or you're going to get a little bit of a, minus damage that is outputted by that gun. But, in Pedro's hands, it makes no difference whatsoever. The mechanical capability of this guy is just phenomenal. MVP in round number 1 as well as round number 2. Pedro's the man you're gonna look out for. Toda and their performance at the Challenger Series, surely not what you should be expecting at the MCPS Majors Season 4.
Yeah, gentlemen, I wanna throw my coin into this well. I kind of question that endgame from Axis, because they were not pressured by the circle to go on to Pedro. They were the ones to basically run at Pedro. Do you think that maybe was a mistake? They got a little ahead of themselves. They thought they had the numbers advantage, and they just got completely caught off guard because of Pedro.
Absolutely, that's what I said, right? Neptune threw the match away for Axis Esports. Axis literally, because he was the one guy that made them panic into a 2v2. They had the numbers advantage. They had the positional advantage as well with the bird's eye view that Raf was holding on to. There was no need to rush at all, Husky.
Yeah, I think the thing about the Charge Buster is that it's hard to use, but if you run into someone who is very good with it, like Pedro, for example, you get absolutely shredded at close range. I would argue that it's probably better than your double barrel shotgun, your Vector Akimbo, if used properly, right? It guarantees an instant knock. But at the same time, I was thinking to myself, if we could just get the Argon MY Pedro, and I think we got it. I'm very satisfied with this one individual. Todak as a team that I desire more from them, but from Pedro alone, man, this guy has pulled a lot of weight. He needs a back massage after today.
My goodness, I mean,
are you gonna serve it up to him personally, Husky? I gotta know.
Based on past reviews, I'm not the best at it, but I can try. It's a 50-50, I either dislocate his shoulder or I make him feel comfortable. So
no, don't do it, man. We need our MVP.
Oh goodness! I mean, we're gonna go to the MVP screen. I mean, who could steal the MVP? I don't think we're gonna be leaving Pedro off this screen anytime soon. I think we're gonna see his stats. I want to see his ACS, the cumulative combat score,
average combat score.
Average combat score, okay. Well, I want to see the combat score. How much does it go down? Because I think at the end of the day, it's going to eventually go down.
The crazy part is that by the end of game 1, I think SAF was 4.5k, 4.5, 4.8, and Pedro's ACS alone, by the end of game 1, was a quarter of SAF's ACS in total.
So we're going to switch it up a little bit. It's not Pedro that gets MVP for this round, but it's actually going to be Raf from Axis. Now, we did see this guy do a lot of work on that rooftop, right? He basically covered his team when they were going into that end game engagement. It was just, at the very end, maybe it didn't quite work out, but I think Raf's positioning was just fantastic in that late game.
Yeah, this is the latest addition to the team as well. I mean, Axis overall has had a pretty decent run domestically during the Challenger Series, and that time they were playing, I believe, with Shahid, and now they bring in Raf, and the first 2 games alone, he has shown a lot of potential. I think game 1 maybe overshadowed a bit by Neptune, and also the fact that they didn't get too far into the game, but in map 2, despite not getting the booyah, Raf set Axis Esports up for success. I'd say that, even though Neptune had the grenade launcher, if it's not for Raf, they wouldn't have gotten so far.
And Raf is
Yeah.
actually one of the imported players from the Indonesian league, and this is one of the first time any team has an imported player. And clearly Axis Esports showing that they know what they're doing out there on the battlefield. And Axis Esports as an organization as a whole, they've got people within there that have been part of this Free Fire ecosystem for such a long time. So to scout not just within the available regions under MCPS, but to look outside Axis Esports, they're going beyond their Call of Duty here to perfect their gameplays out there on the battlefield. And this team overall is so phenomenal. And that response time by Ref, strategically to get that high ground advantage for the team, that was the winner for me personally, guys.
Yeah. Now, we had this outstanding round here for Axis Esports, but is this going to be a common occurrence for this team, do you think? Because I think we have to come to the realization that the group is a very tough group. Is Axis going to be able to keep up with these big dogs? Or is this maybe just a one-round sort of thing?
I think based on what we've seen, in Challenger Series and the first two matches, no problem at all. I think Axis overall can stand up to all of these teams, regardless of which group they're from. And it's more of like, where does Axis end up, by the end of each round? And I think the first 6 placement is not a big issue for them.
AJ, what do you think?
I think Axis Esports could have done much, much better in that final circle engagement, but they don't get punished for it, right? Because the final 2 kill points wouldn't have made such a huge difference overall in comparison to their performance. But it's a warning bell for them to make sure they don't rush into those engagements. Neptune was doing so well, especially with the engagement against Geek Fam. He played the pressure with the grenade launcher, and he allowed Raf from that high ground to knock those players one after the other. If only they could have done that against Toda, this victory would have been so much more sweeter. But it's better that they make that mistake now rather than much later down the line, especially at the grand finals. So it's still an all right sort of a mistake for me. And with Toda managing to secure that booyah, I'm glad to see this team bounce right back up. Now in that second spot they sit.
Woohoo! Here's our overall standings after our first 2 games of the day. So after that amazing round, Axis Esports are going to be shooting their way to the very top of that leaderboard with 35 points to their name. Todak is going to be sitting in second with 32 points. Geek Family sitting in third with 27. Sandmine just behind by 1 point. And same thing can be said for SAF, who's also sitting on 26 points. And Farang is sitting pretty in 6th place with 23 points. Now, we do need to say, right, SAF, they had a fantastic round 1, but round 2, the team just got knocked out so early. I mean, what kind of happened here with SAF?
Actually, I don't think we saw much of SAF in round 2. I remember the last time I laid eyes on them, they only had 2 guys left. I'm not sure what happened to the team overall, so I can't say much. But we are seeing some, how do I put this? The weaker teams, right? I think No Escape Revolt and Icon, we have seen some of these players for 2-3 tournaments in a row, and I would say that they have always been kind of placed lower on the tier list of players and teams alike. And right now, it seems like it's the case for the first 2 rounds. They're still getting ran over. They're still not able to match up against the tougher teams that we always focus on. And I hope that changes, right? Because I think it does pain everyone a bit to see these players been around for so long. They qualify. They always make it through the qualifier finals. But when you get to the big stage, you just get ran over. And it's not a good feeling, especially when it keeps happening again and again.
AJ, do you want to add anything to Husky's thing before we move on to the next question? Because I actually think
he wrapped up quite well, in terms of their capability. I mean, No Escape Revolt down there with just a single point. It's a little disappointing if you ask me, because their luck has been absolutely terrible in match number 1 and 2. They keep getting out of compounds and they keep running into other teams and getting their players picked off one after the other. But it's what you can expect on day number 1, as teams are not so sure exactly where those hot drops are going to be, exactly who holds on to which compound. But hopefully the adjustments are brought in, not in day number 2, but in the matches that follow up very shortly.
Yep. Now, speaking of to all of our wonderful viewers at home, we do have our giveaway happening right now. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, here is our giveaway code. Make sure you claim this code today because I do believe these codes are going to expire at the end of the day. So if you're a little bit too late to claim them, we're so sorry. We're not going to be showing these again, or at least we're not going to be revealing these codes again. You're going to have to wait for tomorrow's code. So make sure you claim it now. It's for 2 Lively Beast weapon loot crates. These are absolutely free, courtesy of Garina, who was able to kindly put together MCPS for all of us as well as the teams as well. So make sure you claim the code, and if you want to, share it with your friends as well. This is not a one code, one person sort of deal. This is one code for everybody. Anyone that claims the code is going to be able to claim those rewards. Speaking of, we do need to move on to our next matchup in just a moment. We're still here for groups A versus B, but we're going to be cycling back to Bermuda. Now, someone's going to be thinking, hang on a second, we already did Bermuda, we already did Kalahari, why are we going back to Bermuda again? We are sticking with our 2-map cycle over the course of the day, but we have 8 games, and A versus B, they've got one more game before we move on over to B versus C. So this is sort of a reset for the group now, right? Because these teams, they already had a bit of a taste of their group during that first game. They kind of have an idea as to where people are dropping, where people are going. I guess you can just say it's a try-over, or a do-over for some of these teams that didn't do so well. Seeing as we saw this first game, what do you think are the changes we're going to be seeing from some of these teams that need to pick up those points now?
I think that probably not much. We did see a very slow game 1, right? It only got heated towards the very end, and that was, SAF getting a bit of luck for the circle, and I believe Anxiety, GeekFam, and Semnai were in a less advantageous spot. But overall, I still feel that we will see a slower gameplay up to the very end, simply because the teams are trying to adjust, and some teams just naturally play slower. I think Hard to Get is a very good example of that.
Yeah, AJ?
In terms of the rotations, once again, the teams just have to be a little bit more careful. It's day number 1, so they just have to be extra cautious. They have to assume that behind every compound, behind every wall, there is going to be a player, and not just blindly rush into each and every single spot. Preferably to send out one scout first, and then the rest of the players follow up from the back, because if the worst case scenario does occur, at the very least, they can revive their players. I mean, the revival system is there for a reason, Dan.
Absolutely. All right, let's jump into game 3 of the day. We're going to be getting an interesting path here. It's going to be from the west-eastern corner of this map. Let's see what kind of changes we're going to be seeing and who's going to get this next booyah.
All right, we are ready for match number 3, back to Bermuda. And I think this format is a bit more forgiving, right? You don't play 8 games in a row. That's, a big hallelujah for a lot of these teams. But another thing that, might require some prayers is No Escape Revolt running straight into Geek Fam. A very unfortunate opening, and they will end up suffering a loss at the very start of the round.
Yeah, that's a GG already, and this is 3rd round in a row that the luck just seems to be horrible for No Escape Revolt, and they haven't been able to escape, just as their name says. But one guy might be able to make it out of this compound as he turns tails to get out of the vicinity, as well as the watchful eyes of the players of Geek Fam. Now, No Escape Revolt are actually very lucky in this spot here. They have to get out of this compound quickly because Geek Fam hasn't fully secured all of their loots just yet. And that's going to be enough timing for them to reposition. Jim Quest has literally not much of an option now on his side as he steps on out. Gets sprayed down. Yasta has the Mac 10, and that gun is just nasty up close.
I mean, I commend Jim Quest for that attempt. It was pretty funny though. He saw the gun barrel of Yasta and he was like, yeah, I'll take the chance. But realistically, there isn't much for them to do. They did buy a bit of time for Slurpee to get out. I think the saddest part was that the compound that they got taken out actually had a revival point. So now Slurpee had to run a very long distance to find an alternate spot to get his team back. But as long as someone is still alive, there's still a chance for them to make something happen. Geek Fam though, starting off with 3 points, they would happily take that any day.
or lucky, but now McRory just jumps straight into the compound of Icon instead. Out of the pan into the fire potentially for this boy, and the rest of the SAF squad, they struggle. And McRory literally running between two predators of the competition, Icon as well as Toda. But the lucky spot for him, the moment Toda was about to engage with Icon, Eddie finds McRory, puts him down on the ground, sends him back to the lobby to wait for a revival. Potentially, that might not come through. Two final players on the side of SAF, and we saw what happened in the previous round. Although they had a lot of time to bring in their team members right back, they didn't focus on that revival, Husky.
Yeah, and I think that is probably going to bite them in the back in the long run if they keep this up. The Icon is in contact with Todak, and oh boy, Four Eyes, you might regret this though, is a big guy, Pedro. Can you beat him though? You're gonna bring in numbers, right? Overwhelm Pedro with just a sure volume, but even then, Sprout backs his buddy up with that grenade, getting a first knock on Four Eyes, and comes in, runs down Kid in with that car, and maybe that will give them a bit of opening to work with. Todak, I believe, losing 3 members from the get-go, as Spark now becomes the sole torch bearer of the team.
Very man. That's what my friend's, my fiance's friend, called me, and I was shocked. She said, AJ, you are, when I look at your face, you are very men, and that's exactly what, yeah, very men. Manly men.
Sounds like a very Chinese way to put it.
She is Chinese. She said, AJ, I look at your face, you're very men. And that's what that gameplay was, very men. Just drives by, gets that knock.
I want to say I knew it was Chinese, but I gotta be careful with that sentence.
You're Chinese, so you're allowed to do so.
Yeah, I'm allowed to do so.
It's only racist if you're a different race, and then
you were baiting me. Damn it, AJ. Should have seen this coming.
Let's see if Raf can perhaps do something different this time around. I want to see more performance out of this player. I want to see his positioning. I want to see the kind of strategy he executes with the rest of the players of Axis Esports. One of the teams that have just been on the rise ever so recently, but Hawkeye gets caught out in the open. And SAF, they're just scrambling all over the map individually. Where's the squad? Where's the teamwork?
I'm surprised that SAF had someone just randomly chilling at the corner of the map. Let's Go, on the other hand, is now stuck behind a tree. I believe we have not seen this distribution of players from any team for a very long time. I think the last team that did it was probably Geek Fam, but I say Geek Fam, it was Geek Fam from last year, January, right? They played this 2x2. I don't think SAF is a team that has done it before, so this is definitely a weird start. They become the first team to get knocked out. But a small detail I noticed that we actually had player camps, team camps, more like on the side. That's a very nice touch. So from the production, you guys are great. They always go above and beyond.
I think IO Esports have, very quickly become one of the best organizers for Free Fire competitions. No cap, because of the effort that they put in to take the whole broadcast up to the next level. That's something that I really love about them. And let's hope that they can continue stepping things up here, because as the teams continue to step things up, this tournament is just starting to becoming the hottest thing out there.
It is. I feel like this is... I don't want to say I feel. This is a global phenomenon, right? I think when you look at Southeast Asia, maybe not as big. We're looking at regions that I think Thailand, Indonesia as the biggest and the strongest regions we have, especially Thailand, who has won the World Championship before. If you look, onto the Western regions, you have Brazil, CIS. These people are absolutely crazy about Free Fire.
Yeah.
But overall, I think it's just great on a global scale. I mean, we have Justin Bieber for the 5th anniversary. That is special.
J-Beebs. That's what it's called in the game.
The Believers.
You want to believe as well. And maybe if we've got a couple of underdogs in the competition, they can bring up the Justin Bieber skin. Get us to believe in a little bit of their supremacy. I think the players of No Escape Revolt need to bring in the J-Beeb skin, man. Yeah, because not only do we need to believe, they need to believe.
Sometimes I believe in the skin buff. Like you kind of get the feel that with certain cosmetics you just play better. I feel like it's a placebo effect thing, but as long as it works well. Didn't work for Torak though. They had a very unfortunate start, and anxiety was the one that knocked them out of the lobby.
And, a shout out to SAF. It doesn't matter how strong you start. What matters is how great you end the competition, you end the day of play. And, you can't just hit those high notes and then immediately start bombing out. You got to be a little bit more like anxiety, a little bit more consistent with what you bring out there to the battlefield. Although not too much, not overflowing, you always seem to find them in that center circle. You always seem to find the strategy and the execution of battles on the side of anxiety so much more cleaner.
Yeah, it's a marathon, right? Not a sprint. So
yes.
you can take a couple of hours, but what matters is you win at the end. Fire though, now up against Axis. This is going to be a very, very tight match. The grenade just flying overhead of Spade, clipping him but not taking him down. And Spade now goes to work again on the members of Axis. The wall goes down. Spade needs to deal with Flame. Flame just shoots him down with the classic Vector Akimbo, knocking Fire out, and Axis still stays alive.
Double vector play. Didn't expect to see that still out there on the battlefield, but you got to pick up whatever that you are most comfortable with. The charge buster, got to have a lot of mechanical skills. With the vector akimbo, just got to spray and pray sometimes. The guy played really hard. He took Farang out of the equation way too easy. Hard to get from the back. And the players of ORE X-Men inside of the circle, moving on into a defensive compound, but cannot aggress on fourth because from here on and they need to plan their maneuver. But no pause, no comma in this sentence. They just continue moving on.
Yeah, X-Men off to a very stellar start. I think they took out two members from hard to get. I think Batman was one of them. Justly doing a fantastic job at getting those long-range snipe. The Batman era, I think, is definitely a bit over, and maybe some PH fans would be heartbroken to hear this statement because I know that he is a big icon there. But you compared his prime time 2 years ago, I believe, that definitely has been outclassed to a certain extent. But not to take anything away from him, though, I still think hard to get. And Batman overall is a great team, but a lot of other squads are catching up, right? I mean, now outgunning Batman doesn't feel as good as it should have as when you did it like 2 years ago when he was literally the best sniper. Yeah, I think that title has probably been taken over by, I would say, Chessman. I think that's my candidate for now. I'm still in the lobby, so no losses just yet. Just they can still bring the two members back.
I'll have to agree, but you also have to remember, which I know you are excited about, X-Pan just brought the Axel back in. I can't wait to see if he still has the angles and the skills, Husky. I mean, taking a short break might have done wonders for you, or it might have just, destroyed your career overall as you get left behind in terms of mechanical skills, because you really got to keep updated. You really got to get into those scrims and keep your mechanical skills refreshed all the time. So I'm very curious to see how the Axel does, and thankfully, Group C will be in action right after this matchup.
In fact, I think Group C is the most interesting group. Not only that we have a lot of teams we want to look at, but also how the teams came to be, right? I mean, Expand is one of it. I feel like saying as a ragtag mixture, Rojak team is a bit of a, disservice to them. But it's a very interesting combination, right? Blacklist, it was more of an acquisition, but it was also a very interesting acquisition of a team that had their glory days, but it was only for a brief moment. And now they're under a bigger, I would say the bigger brand, but internationally it is a big brand. So we are going to save that main course for later on. But they will definitely bring a lot of interesting dynamics to the competition.
I do agree. A huge encounter about to break out though. Sem9 moving into the compound of Icon. Geek Fam are the first ones there to take the fight up against Icon. This can serve up well for what Sem9 wants to bring it in quickly from afar. Wants to step up as well and make sure we remember him when we name some of the best snipers out there on the battlefield. Good knockdown, but no follow through just yet as the players are just a little bit too far. Geek Fam hearing those gunshots, they get the heck out of there, but Hazik's not away just yet. He has got the car on him, and the moment he gets a knock, that Mactan should be able to secure a couple of kills. Now it's all about the execution as Geek Fam leaves Sem9 to clean up Icon.
I just want production to replay that later on in slow-mo, because that really looked like a drive-by, right? The car went through and instantly we see a knock. Like, it could have been a drive-by, and I would not question it. But of course, Sem9 like you said, kind of forcing GeekFam to play a bit safer. 4 Eyes detonate is never going to land. I did see a very interesting cosmetic, I believe, by Man. So I love that. That looks very cute. It looks very retro. Orin caught outside the fence though. 7-9 having a lot of control overall. They cover a lot of ground. But that also means that the numbers are spread out. And I think if one of these teams go for the full push, 7-9 will have a hard time dealing with them.
Oh!
The bounce!
Orin himself!
Ooh. That was
so
close.
freaking lucky, man. Orin almost got taken out. Almost 8 a nade that he usually serves up hot to some of these other teams. But that bounce just proving to be the perfect savior for Orin. Manages to catch sight of the grenade and backed away. And I think we just saw a little bit of a mishap here. Locked on missile gets Batman out of the equation. 7-9 not moving out of their compound. This next circle leaving these 3 teams high and dry.
Axis is the only team now in the safe zone, and look at the initiative they're taking. They're already exerting, that presence, right? They're shooting at ORV. While Freedom Cheese is coming in from the southern side, and the immediate rotation on the map, you can see from Axis, they are just moving the entire team to deal with the most imminent threat. And I think they're doing the right thing. You do with Freedom Cheese first. Maybe you have to handle Anxiety who are coming in hard with their vehicle, but you do have that numbers advantage. So Axis, I think, are still in a decent spot, but one grenade launcher could change things.
I have the exact opposite thoughts though, but we have to put that on pause as 7-9 finally engages with GeekFam and Hazik talking about that M10 close quarters combat. Absolutely lethal. And now GeekFam only have Fikri to deal with, but he's a lot to deal with. And he manages to take the knock, manages to get that kill. Fikri still up and standing, does not have a second gun to flip out to. And close quarters combat, Fikri finishes off GeekFam.
He just point blank got that. Oh my god, Fikri saving the team. Freedom Cheese though now running straight into Axis. Asta getting forced out by the ice grenade, and Neptune. Do not overheat like you did in game 2. Just keep it calm and composed and get these kills like how you're supposed to get them. 7-9 getting knocked out eventually, and Axis getting rid of Freedom Cheese. 9 kills in the back. They bring Neptune back up and they still have control. Albeit not the safe zone, but they can gatekeep Icon.
Can gatekeep Icon, but you talk about some of the ego challenges we see out there on the battlefield. I know 7-9's gonna be ecstatic when they find out they just eliminated GeekFam from the standing. They don't care if Icon took them out in the 5th spot, because it's all about proving who are the better players out there on the battlefield. We talked about that drama a little bit, and the drama will go ahead to continue. Shots now taken down with a solid grenade tossed out by Führer right after the shots from the Mag 7. Anxiety now slowly circling around from that right-hand side to put that pressure onto Icon, but Icon fires back. Toby taken down and out of the equation already. Führer, Chessman, all trying to go in for those players of Icon. High ground, and Axis can take advantage, but they're staying silent.
And Führer, he's getting so much intel for the team as well. Axis have a good chance of interfering with this. Hit by Kano's grenade launcher, and this scuffle between Anxiety and Icons continues. And Eddie steps on the landmine, but Führer steps on it. Cap now going for the immediate revive. Gonna bring the rest of his team back up though. Anxiety, they want to do the same, but Führer is a bit too far out of range. Kanoho still pelting them with a grenade launcher, and it's just grenade launchers again and again from long range. Icon's tasting the pain, and Icons finally gets eliminated. Anxiety though getting sniped. Axis, this time it will not slip from their fingers, and Raph is going to confirm this. Anxiety goes for the revive. Raph finishes off both members of Anxiety, and Axis will get what they should have gotten in round 2, and that's the booyah.
Oh, fantastic back-to-back performance. And I asked to see what sort of strategy Raph brings out to the table. And once again, we see him finishing off players on the opposite side with such perfection. First of all, with the AWM spotting the feet of that player, which was sticking out from that glue wall, taking advantage of such a small little angle to play around with. Raph gets the knock, moves on forth, finishes the player on the ground first, which should have been a huge mistake, Husky, but he wasn't punished for it at all.
Yeah, Axis Esports went from being in the best position to a very sticky position to being back in a decent spot, right, towards the very end, where Anxiety were preoccupied by Icon, and Axis just came in and swooped the win away. so kind of salvaging what was taken away from them in that match 2. But overall, if you look at the points that Axis have gotten in just match 2 and 3, that puts them quite far ahead of all the teams that are playing.
It most definitely does, right? And good on Axis for taking such a good lead from the very get-go. And we want to see more from them. And there is a huge probability that we most definitely will, because Axis Esports is in Group B and Group B stays to welcome Group C in match 4. But we want to welcome Danny right back. Danny, what are your thoughts on this matchup and how Axis managed to secure this back-to-back solid performance?
Jeez, I was not expecting Axis to just blow up after that second game. But I'm going to be completely honest. I think if I had to put them on a tier list, I was considering Axis to be a B-class team. I didn't think they'd be able to keep up with the top dogs, but my goodness, are they doing an amazing job. Not only are they making it to the late game with most of basically their entire team alive, but they're able to execute these really complex strategies whilst trying to eliminate the competition. Like, their positioning is amazing. I love the way that they flank. I love the way that they always have vision around them. We haven't seen a team catch Axis off guard, right? It's been mostly Axis having everyone within their sights. They're the ones dictating the flow of the late game. And no one's been able to be able to penetrate this defense of theirs, right? They have a really good mix of defense and offense where, yes, they can play aggressive, but at the same time, they're not leaving any glaring holes open where someone can capitalize on it and eliminate them early.
Yeah, I think a B-class team is what I would use to describe Axis in the first half of Challenger Series. I think they became an A-class team in the grand final. So
I mean, after these 2 games, at least definitely guys are clearly A-class.
Yeah, they have convinced you for sure. I agree with that. I think Axis are doing phenomenal. The addition of Rap has definitely put new life into it. Not to say that the old roster wasn't great, but we see a bit of level up, right? This new rendition of Axis, and it's also a big part to Vegeta, the MVP of match number 3, is known as an incredibly aggressive player. When he was with the Freedom Rumble boys back in the days, just fearless, sometimes a bit brainless because he gives his life away, but he does it very well.
And I, on the other hand, think Axis Esports is an S-tier team, because for me personally, it's always going to be strategy over mechanical capability, and that's what Axis has proven 2 matches back-to-back. It really doesn't matter if you're outnumbered. It really doesn't matter if you don't really have the best position to play with, but what's your strategy going to be in those final circles? How are you going to focus and take out your opponents? And Axis seems to have a good grasp on how they want to approach each and every single one of those situations already, and that definitely for me is going to take the cake back to back, and they are proving it out there with their performance as well. But that's against Group A, which was pretty tough and at the same time easy, right? Tough because of the types of teams you have to go up against. Easy because the big squads already took each other out. So you get to that final circle, you just need to play the game of survival first and then the game of slaying, which seems to be working out really well for themselves. But as we throw in Group B against Group C, and like you guys kind of pointed out earlier on, Group C doesn't really have a huge number of hard hitters. This might just be yet another opportunity for Axis to continue solidifying their lead.
It could be, right? The only reason why I didn't put Axis in S tier yet is that we haven't played enough to see whether a team has been able to maintain their consistency, right? Like, this is the key word on our broadcast: consistency. So we've only played 3 games. I think after 2 weeks, if Axis can maintain this performance, then they easily sit in that S-class tier. But until then, I think it's fair to say that we can be skeptical about some of the teams, because we have seen in the past some teams be week 1 wonders, and then after that they just slowly drift further and further down that leaderboard. So Axis, let's hope they prove us wrong. We hope this is going to be a team that ends up being in that S-class tier, but so far they have been performing like a triple S-class team. Here's the standings for match 3 of today. Axis is going to take home 26 points after this round, and this is, I'd say, more than average if you think about the point distributions, right? I think on average a team comes out with about 21, 22 points, I think, if you come in first place. So 26, it's a little bit higher than average. So it's going to put them pretty high up on that leaderboard and maybe even push themselves beyond the competition so that they have a buffer coming in today to tomorrow. Anxiety will come in second place with 18 points. Icon will come in third. This is a surprise for Icon and ORV X-Men, actually. I think we do need to talk about these other two teams. That we haven't seen them really make an appearance until Game 3. What did we see with Icon and ORV that worked out in their favor to bring them this high up on the leaderboard?
I think for Icon is that they were able to really capitalize on a lot of that chaos. I believe they were the one that took out Todak.
Yes.
And that was, I wouldn't say, Todak made mistakes. I think Icon just did that a bit better. So they took out Todak. They, enlisted the use of a vehicle. And throughout the entire round, they were just picking up scraps up to the very end, even against Anxiety, where they had that minor high ground advantage. So it put Icon in a decent spot. For ORV, I unfortunately didn't pay too much attention to them. I think Icon really took that away from me. So I couldn't say much about it.
If you look at the top of the leaderboard now, guys, Axis Esports really leaving the rest of the teams in the dust. And once again, with the combination between Group B and Group C in a little bit, as far as I'm concerned, if Axis Esports can find their game of survival into that final circle, they're going to be ruling that circle as well. And the one team that might be able to break a little bit of their hole is Farang. But Farang hasn't really woken up in the competition just yet, Daddy.
You know what? I think there's a team that we do need to also keep an eye out for that could give Axis a run for their money. The team in particular that I'm looking at is Blacklist. Right? Blacklist haven't played yet. We're going to be seeing Blacklist play this next round with Axis.
You're a hopeful lady.
I like being positive, right? I mean, we're seeing Axis pulling this far ahead. I think it's to be expected that maybe some people were expecting Sem9 to do this, right? Because it's classic Geek Fam that generally speaking, that's a team that's quite dominating. A bit slow today, but maybe Blacklist is going to give Axis a run for their money. We'll have to see, right? Because it's still very early. The race has just begun. You can't really say like, oh, this team's going to win. They've got a lot of competitive days to go, but that's basically it for A versus B. So we're going through the shuffle and we're going to have to see how Group B fares against Group C. But this also means Group A is going to have a break and they're also going to have an opportunity to see how teams in Group C play, right? Because after this B versus C matchup, we're going to be cycling back to A versus C. And I want to hear your thoughts, actually. If you were playing in a competition such as this, would you rather be in Group A, B, or C? Don't take into consideration the teams in the groups, but the order of play. Would you rather play in the first half of the day and play at the end of the day? Or do you want to be in the middle or play towards the end of the day?
I can answer.
Probably middle towards the end, I think. For me, it's middle towards the end.
Yep.
Because I think that, if you cool down a bit, then it takes away that momentum. But that rest period does help you to reset, right? If you have a rough start.
Yeah, the reason
For me personally, if you're in Group C, you have the advantage because you at the very least get to scout out where your opponents are going to be dropping into. And if you want to avoid some of those hard hitters, you know exactly where you should be moving your gameplay into, right? And the hot drops are one of the biggest concerns on day number 1. So if you start off in Group C, you get that initial bit of information that Group A and B don't get for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that was my thought process. Like, there's an advantage if you're in Group C because you get to see the other two groups play, right? I
mean, knowing is one thing, execution is a whole other. But at the very least, knowing is good instead of running in blind.
Yeah, of course.
I do have a very take for Group B against Group C because just now Danny did mention, right? Axis against, and she said that Blacklist has a good chance. Old Blacklist has a good chance. New Blacklist, I have a lot of doubt, right? And I say a lot of people might come after me because we have the biggest on the team. But if we look at past track records, right, with AKO and with Auto Knockout and with Sem9, sure, we have seen these guys play before, but have they really put on a performance that is worthy enough to take down Axis? I think absolutely not.
Yeah. I share the same exact sentiments as Husky. The
I'm sorry,
old blacklist, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
This is
all the
a-
Mr. Defense out there. Like I'm just saying facts, right? Don't come up. I have nothing against them. I'm just saying that the data doesn't justify them taking down a team like Axis. But maybe they will prove me wrong, and if they do, I'll be very happy. I'll gladly take it.
Well, I
And
mean,
you
the
gotta
general
take into-
consensus. Sorry, AJ, go on.
Now, I was going to say that you got to take into account the age factor in here as well. The older you get, the harder the bones are in your fingers, all right? The harder it is mechanically for you to dominate out there on the battlefield. There's an expiry date on mobile gamers, all right?
You mean your hands?
It's pretty much close to my age, you know? At this age, you coach. At this age, you cast. you want to compete against the young guns in mobile gaming. I think, it might be a tough chance for Mr. D as well as gang. And when you don't have your captain performing, that's where your whole team comes crumbling down. And this might just be the biggest factor that affects the whole Blacklist International team in this competition. So hopefully I can be proven wrong and he dominates though, because I've been waiting for that for a long time.
Here before as players
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in
Numbers.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire. Congratulations.
Happy birthday, Free Fire!
May wish you a very very happy birthday Free Fire.
Hello, selamat menyambut hari jadi Free Fire yang ke-5.
Wish you very happy anniversary Free Fire.
Happy birthday Free Fire yang ke-5.
Happy birthday Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Selamat hari jadi Free Fire.
Happy birthday Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi Garena Free Fire, Pepe here. I just want to greet you happy 5th anniversary.
Yo, it's me Pedro Carias and I would love to greet Garena Free Fire a happy 5th anniversary.
Hi, I'm Maki6X Gaming. Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi, I'm VH Mark. I just want to say that happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS.
Power in
Numbers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just finished up our first group of the day, which is A versus B, and now teams in Group A are going to go for a bit of a break or maybe watch this next upcoming match because it's going to be Groups B versus C. And so far we've seen the Icon domination with 2 back-to-back booyahs so far. The first one being Kalahari in Game 2 and Game 3 on Bermuda. So they've proven that they can get booyahs on both of these maps, but can they do it against the teams in Group C? So far, AJ and Husky, they think Icon are going to continue the domination. They don't think the competition is too steep in Group C, but we haven't seen them play yet, right? So we could maybe see some surprises, or it could maybe be a case of Icon having a
Husky, you
moment.
break it to her, Husky. You break it to her.
I hate to break it to you, Danny. I believe you were talking about Axis.
Axis?
Yeah, because
Oh yeah, sorry. Gosh, I was thinking of Icon because they did well last round.
the Icon is Axis. They did.
Yeah.
They did well.
They can steal your attention away, you know. But you
I
know,
mean, okay, here's the thing. They're both teams with 4-letter names and they're all in caps. So.
Well, Sem9 has 4-letter names and Sem9 is all in caps. They have a number.
No.
in the team name.
Sem9's got a number, so they're out of the question. Anyways, yeah. So we've seen Axis. Okay,
Yeah.
I said Icon. It's actually Axis.
yes,
so,
ma'am.
So far, team playing like an S-class team, but we've already asked the question, like, is it a day one domination kind of thing? It's hard to say, right? But against Group C, you both think that they're going to have a good chance of just being able to propel their lead on the leaderboard even further. Because at this point, like, who can compete with them? I said it could have been Blacklist, but Husky says otherwise.
I have a couple of candidates, right? I think the first one for me is 100% going to be AV Radicals. The AV Radicals, we didn't see them for MCPS, I believe, but this team has some of the youngest superstar. I think Raymel is one of the best players we have seen that made his debut a year ago. I believe that time. I can't really remember the team name, but when he first joined the competitive scene, he was one of the best long-range fraggers out
PXG
there.
Radicals, I think.
Yeah, PXG Radicals, right? Raymel burst into the scene, and then that was before PXG Radicals. Even before that, Raymel debuted. I don't remember the team, but I'll check it out later on. Point is, big superstar. Then he went on to PXG Radicals, continued that dominance.
Great time. Love that team. I'm so sad that they split.
Yeah, it was insane. So AB Radicals is one. The other one is Expand. I think Expand has a lot for me to talk about, but I'll save that for later on, because there's just a ton to unpack. But the TLDR for Expand is that there are a mixed bag of players from different teams. One of them was from Blacklist International, and they have probably the best player in each individual roles.
Yeah. And the sniper that I'm looking forward to seeing make a comeback is most definitely the Axel. When he played with the previous team the last time, we didn't really see his team members pick up the slack, whenever any of their team members dropped the ball. But the Axel always was that final survivor, playing some weird angles on that high ground cliff, especially at Kalahari. This guy is a Terminator, right? He long range, perfectionist, but we haven't seen him for a while. That might just be the biggest factor that might affect some of his performance out there on the battlefield, hopefully in a positive way, because under a brand new organization now called Expand, I'm hoping to see exactly how far they've expanded their skills as well as strategy to conquer some of the teams out there. And thankfully for the Axel's sake, the first match that he hops on into is Kalahari.
Exactly. So this is going to be our fourth game of the day. It's Group B versus C. It's their debut matchup against each other. It's going to be the second round for Group B. So these guys are warmed up. Group C are coming into this cold. Is it going to be Group B domination? Is it going to be Group C? We're just about to find out. Husky and AJ, I'm going to let you guys take it away here. But before I go, I want to hear your predictions. Who's going to get the booyah on this map?
Ooh, here's a hot take. Expand. I think they have a great chance.
Bugger, stole the words right out of my mouth. Since you picked Expand already, I'll pick someone else. I'm going to go with Axis. But I guess Danny has left us already.
He just left us hanging.
Thank you. Going to take over.
All right, thank you very much, Danny. You can sip a cup of tea, take a break. As we head down memory lane a bit, the team that Raymiao and Retools originated from, when we first saw them in the first MCP Major, VPH Velocity. And that was a very good time for the team, right? They had Pugna, they had Fei Tan with him, but Raymiao was kind of the superstar of the team. And this is why I think AB Radicals will have such a good chance. But we also have Bloody Head, the command post connoisseur. They go in and straight into the hands of Expand, the team that we want to see exactly perform on the stage. A team with Cobra, a team with Too Fast, Fast Kill MY, Blacklist International, Steady Squad. Bring all of these guys together, sugar, spice, everything nice, and you get Expand.
And I think Expand have done their homework, or they didn't study at all, because clearly this compound belongs to Bloody Head. But if they did do their homework, and if they are openly attacking Bloody Head from the get-go, you see the ferocity out of this squad. They want to make sure they are aiming for players that they can conquer out there on the battlefield, just like how Freedom Cheese is doing against their opponents right here, right? Opportunity found, and this compound will be all to their side, and I don't think the players of AB will have much of an opportunity to respond as Roy and Too Fast back-to-back take down the players of Bloody Head. AB Radicals, a highlight on them, didn't really last all that too long, but Bloody Heads, Morgana's the final player left, Vector Akimbo, Expand, Too Fast runs in, straight for that knock, backstab, not successful initially, but Too Fast still manages to put Void Face down. Fantastic play overall from the Expand squad. This is a quick hit and run. They knew Bloody Heads will be here. They targeted them and they executed the team to perfection.
Yeah, baby, that's the start I want to see from Expand. And because of that, the rich history of these players, you don't have to kind of go to watch them for a couple of rounds to figure out how good they are. The crazy part is that these guys individually have made a name at some point in their career, right? Axel has done so, Cobra, the young fearless Rambo of Blacklist International back then. Probably the one that has the least impression. You could argue is X-Roy, but even then, he has had some good moments because he was kind of the support player of the team. He's labeled a rusher in this case, but the support that he gave back in the days was also very valuable. And now you put all that together, I think Expand has just shown us why hot dropping Bloody Head on their home turf was never a big concern.
They've expanded their capabilities out there on the battlefield. I like that. I just want to see more from them. Yeah. And no escape revolt on the other hand. We're expecting a revolution from this team. In fact, we haven't really seen them bring out much just yet. Ashura gets knocked down onto the ground. This is a straightforward battle against Hard to Get with Jay-Z bleeding out as well. This should be an easy pickup for Blacklist International. Riptide Rhythm forces its way through. Forbits has to recover his HP and backs away with the grappling hook just in the nick of time. Miro, Jay-Z's out of the equation already, and Forbits down as well. All thanks to that high ground advantage. Now it's left to that final survivor on the side of Hard to get away and bring the team members right back in. Batman with the grappling hook, that's the worst spot to get into, but he moves on into that watchtower.
Yeah, nothing has improved for Hard to Get. I can't even say since round 1, because round 1 was also not a good round for the team. I think they only have one good match, which was match 2. Either way, for Hard to Get, this is another start where we're kind of witnessing a progression, like the fall from grace. Kalahari used to be a map that this team, back when they were Divinity Esports, was incredibly scary on. I would put them over Blacklist International at a certain at one point, but right now, that is not the case anymore. Farang with the usual start at the refinery is taking control of the entire compound. Not contested at all, but Expand might run into no escape revolt with X-Roy just out in the open and Jim Quest tracking him.
They started things off hot, but I'm not sure what X-Roy is doing out there on the battlefield at the moment. The players of No Escape Revolt surrounding him. X-Roy spots Jim Quest, turns around a little bit too late. That's a shocker. And he tags up X-Roy, who recovers his HP, only to be put back down onto the ground. Mag 7 versus Mag 7, but X-Roy was looking somewhere else, and too fast! As quickly as X-Roy was put down, he got brought right back in.
They were ready. That's the revive system.
He was on standby already, bro. At the buy machine, he's like, okay, bro, can you lose your life right now so that we can continue with our push?
Just quickly die so we can actually follow through with our plan. In fact, I think for those who don't know, it is a strategy. Yeah. For those who are unaware, the players don't really get the luxury of seeing who's on the kill feed anymore. Yeah. Everyone just looks like generic mannequins on the battlefield, so you don't know who you're shooting at. You don't even know who you take down. I think that is the scariest part, right? Like you might be, you might have sniped someone from SM9 and you wouldn't know until the round ends. And that means that every single engagement can be like a box of chocolates. It's a mystery. You don't know what you're gonna get. And the revive system, obviously, just gives you so much more room to, so much room for error, I would say.
I just want to understand the reasoning behind the keyword cheese. Why freedom cheese? Is it because of the cheese strats? Because so far, I haven't seen any cheese strats out of the squad just yet. In fact, I would hope and pray to see some of those cheese strats from Freedom Cheese, because they've not really been hitting those high notes in the competition so far. After 3 rounds, they still seem a little, I guess, faded out, a little bit of gray area with their plays here. And I want to see more out of them, Aski.
Well, I do like that shot. It reminds me of Bruce from Finding Nemo. If anyone has watched that.
Yes. Now that you've said it, but
yeah, it does.
Cute.
A bit. Cute. It's either that or Jaws, but it's like a glaring exaggeration, right? We're jumping from one end to the other. Farah's still staying pretty safe.
Although Bruce tried to be scary, he tried to look like a scary shark.
Yeah. But true, he looks like the guy that he's just born, with he's just born scary. He has the looks, sometimes you can't run away from your looks.
Blacklist International on the approach. Zenop with the Mag 7 and also the vehicle. Waits before getting into the danger zone, but from afar, Faiz gets a knock onto a player from the side of Farang. And Expand is just being assisted a little bit here. Yes, they started off the match with great 4 kills over the players of Bloody Head, but now in a situation where they might just get toasted. High ground advantage by Farang. Orange Esports on the approach to distract Farang. That can be that saving grace for the players of Expand to get the heck out of there. Because if they do engage with Blacklist International, And regardless of the outcome of that matchup, once Orange Esports and Farang are done with their fight, they're going to turn their crosshairs over to those players on that lower ground. And Xpend will still be in a lot of trouble here, Husky.
Farang, they just want to get it over and done with. There was an initial knock, but no confirmed kills just yet. Jembao going for this flank. This is going to be incredibly important if Jembao can pull this off. In fact, the entirety of ORV, I believe, is around that area. So he's not really able to circle around ORV completely, but he was able to get himself in a decent position and allow Spade to get that kill. But you can see that RV, they have just shown up, and then Farang, they have a lot on their plate to deal with. They got to start with ORV though.
Jazly's in a lot of trouble here, but he has got the Mag 10. Spade can't really take a shot from up top. That angle that he's trying to play is going to serve him badly. So he needs to hop right behind Jazly. Now, he manages to get a catch on exactly where Jazly is looking at. This is a smart play from Spade. He just needs to hop behind Jazly, spray him down with the Mag 7. But I don't know which gun to count on, the Mag 10 or the Mag 7. Either way, Spade needs to play this timing really well. Jazly gets tagged up. Spade, now as he repositions, Spade, come on, just hop on off and get the knock already. Finally takes a peek. Jazly pulls out the time turner just to heal himself up and manages to squeeze into that small compound. No, he actually hops on off and falls to his death. Jembao knocks him out of the sky. Fantastic attack by Farang to secure Refinery.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Jazzy could do, right? Like, the angle doesn't favor Spade, but, you know, it favors Jembao and Baez a lot, shooting him from below. EWG is another team that I am very excited to see because they did have some good moments domestically in the grand finals, and now up against Freedom Cheese, they're about to put themselves to work. And 4MX running around the corner with Twa coming in as well. Another this JZ of EWG. Lobbing Nace from that high ground, and Manchai is going to rush right in with the rest of his buddies. Freedom Cheese not able to stand their ground as all of their members fall one by one. It's only a matter of time before EWG gets a very clean wipe members of Freedom Cheese.
Freedom Cheese really not showing up in the matchup at all. And Nafis just turning tails, running away as quickly as he can. But that circle's just damaging him up little by little. Hard to get on the other hand. From the other side, shuts down ORV, was in the middle of reviving the full squad. Forbits needs to get picked up. They are very close to the edge of that next safe zone, but they have to squeeze themselves in there as quickly as possible. Hard to get on that revival as Forbits is taken out. So as quickly as he does go out, he's brought right back in here to the mix, and hard to get full squad once again as they continue in towards the next circle. Forbits will be the first one to push on fourth, but I don't think that's a great idea.
I just want to see Jay-Z against Jay-Z at this point. So, hard to get against EWG.
Forbits, why? I don't understand this strat at all, man. He could have dropped outside the circle, looted up first before getting in. Now he's a sitting duck, literally, on top of this tower with a secondary in hand. And almost no opportunity at all.
Look at Too Bad. This guy's a level above Forbit. Yeah, this is...
I think he's a level below Forbits.
Really?
Yeah, he's a level below Forbits, and he might not be able to catch him off guard because of that elevation. But this grenade, superb. It's just a nice grenade just to tag up those players, just a little bit force them out of their hiding. But the players of Orange Esports do not budge at all stuck behind a small little container that they're trying to play around with. And Manchai, biggest damage dealer. One good grenade can be the undoing of Orange Esports. And he tosses it in perfectly. Tua from the back, knocks down Jabat onto the ground, and Orange Esports, they're failing at this defensive maneuver. Manchai hops on right in, sprays them down. Eastern Wolves gang, eat an orange.
Yeah, I mean, Orange all clumped up behind the few containers with nowhere to go. And there was realistically nothing much that Orange could have done. But I think Farang smells something in the water, and that, I believe, is Forbits. Yeah, Too Bad. And Jembao also, I believe, on the same structure. They have a good bird's eye view over Dino, who is busy dealing with Jay-Z from EWG. Oh, Spade from that long range. Can Nafi steal it away? Nope, doesn't get it. Gets punished instead by Spade.
How unfortunate. As he tries to steal a kill, he stands out in the open and he gets knocked down by the exact guy that knocked the previous guy that he tried to steal a kill away from. That's a GG if you ask me. Farang playing Refinery to perfection here. High ground advantage. And this is the kind of Farang we know. And this is the kind of Farang we love at Kalahari. Now they've defaulted back to their previous strategy that was giving them all of those wins. So a high chance for them to get into that final circle. But what about the performance at that final circle? Because it doesn't look like the Refinery place is going to be viable. They have to start moving. The circle does move towards Refinery, though. I just want to see exactly how much of that compound is going to end up in the next circle, because that's what makes or breaks the play of Farang here, Husky.
Expand has been very quiet after that first engage against Bloody Head at command post. No escape revolt, though. They have a bigger fish to fry, and that is Axis Esports, the team that has gone out to into an incredibly good beginning. And Neptune does have the grenade launcher in hand as well, so I'm not really sure if Phrase wants to challenge this, though. Neptune, yeah, he is chilling. Axis Esports not afraid to take on this challenge if No Escape Revolt decides to go for it.
Phrase jumps up onto the roof instead. Circle's gonna tag all of them. Riptide Rhythm, perfection, but he just needs to take down the glue wall and shoot at the same time. The timing's a little off. Phrase runs away instead. Should have done that a little bit earlier. Now that gives the opportunity for all of these boys to hunt him down. Too bad from afar. Mirror knocked down and taken out of the equation. Axis Esports trying to take the players of No Escape Revolt out as they are stuck at the very edge of this cliff. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. They turn around and they knock Flame instead. Phrase from the back. Raph trying to make quick work of him. AC,
no way.
Hip fire, and he does manage to get it. Finally pulls out the Mag 7 as the player gets a little bit closer, puts him out of the equation. Vegeta with that backup, and Raph gets to pick up his team member.
Yeah, GymQuest, complete pressure around this corner. No grappling hook to get out of this. Only a couple of glue walls to protect him. Raph puts him to bit. No Escape Revolt, not having much to work with. Slurpee, though, he can keep his alive. Shy is still up. They pick GymQuest back up as well. Raph getting eliminated. Suddenly it's Neptune who is isolated, or VX-Men getting knocked out in 7th place in the process, as Axis Esports will eventually meet their maker. Neptune having the grenade launcher in hand, but unfortunately runs out of ammunition, and only with a baseball bat to do the deed, Shah will close down the chapter. Axis Esports are out.
Fantastic response by No Escape Revolt. We were begging them to step it up, and they've done exactly that against Axis themselves. Eastern Wolves Gang, on the other hand, cleaning house, taking Farang out of their position, but Tua only gets a knock. No kills coming through just yet. That higher ground advantage held on by Farang might just be the winner here. Bayet grows up from up top. Bird's eye view perfection as he gets 2 knocks back to back, but no kills coming through just yet. Too Bad has the grenade launcher, tags up Manchai, puts out Pando EWG. Farang still alive.
How did that grenade launcher not kill him in one shot? That was so unfortunate for Pando EWG. No Escape Revolt up against Expand right now. The superstar team put together to take over the world. GymQuest takes a charge buster in the back. That is going to shatter his spine for sure. You go up against Cobra in close range. You got to be ready though. X-Troy up against Slurpee, and X-Troy comes up on top. Expand with 2 more in the bag, and I think we are setting up for a very good finale between Expand and Farang, unless Farang can get some long-range snipe underneath the Refinery. You can see Bayet with the Groza in hand, and Too Bad to back him up. 18 kills for Farang. They have done more than enough, and all they need to do is to close this out with a Booyah, but it's going to be a 2 against 4 once they get rid of Shah.
Fantastic opportunity here, taken advantage of by Bayet, and manages to get the kill onto Shah. It's a 2v4, and I believe Too Bad has a grenade launcher that can be the game changer in this final circle. Bayet allowing himself to get tagged by the circle, and Expand expands its dominance from the very first match they step on into. The team that brought on the most promise delivers on that promise.
And my prediction hits a high note again, and I do love how Expand has shown us such incredible potential in this game 1, right? A very unlikely team. Like, if you told me a year ago that these guys would come together, I would say that you are probably bluffing me. But it's good to see that these guys grow, and they actually have a very interesting history behind the formation of this team, right? You know, debuting in this tournament and getting their very first Booyah, I would say it's a very solid start.
You see the different colors on their logo that represents the different characters that you have within the Expand squad as well. And you see that orange arrow that points outside of the box. That's them thinking outside of the box. And that logo represents this team so well. Team Expand, initially we saw them popping off. We saw them pick up those very aggressive kills against Bloody Head. And you're absolutely right. They kind of stayed hidden towards that final circle. And this is one of that feedback that we are always bringing up time and time again against teams. Like, even though you've got the mechanical supremacy, why do you take that risk so early in the game? Expand took no risk. They got into that final circle, but what they did not get was the supremacy of points that Farang picked up. So although Expand does get that number 1 spot, they're not going to be able to replace Farang, who got a massive 18 kill points from this matchup, Husky.
Yeah, Farang just, casually flexing the kill number. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Farang was also the team who set the record for the most kills and total points after a single round. I think, 37, 38? In FF in the Challenger Series, and they have just done so again, right? Setting a new high for the MCP Majors so far with 18 or 19 kills and 9 points in the placements. This sublime performance from a team that has given us the impression that they are always going to be the ones that start off slow.
Yeah, and in terms of them starting off slow, it's all right if you've got a slow approach towards that circle. It's all right if you don't really pile on the numbers just yet, because what matters most is consistency. And if Expand can continue this sort of an approach towards that final circle and continuously pick up the 12 points out of those booyahs, not only are they going to steal away our attention, but they're also going to steal away that number 1 spot before Axis Esports even realizes exactly what is happening. And this time around, Axis bombed out at that 6th spot. Your thoughts on that, Danny?
I was surprised it was from No Escape Revolt, right? I was expecting one of the bigger teams to maybe take out Axis, but they just got completely caught off guard. Positioning-wise, No Escape had a massive advantage, right? They had the high ground. They also had Axis cornered. And it was a very strange fight because it was on the cliff side and you didn't really have many options when it came to escape because they were also pinned by the blue zone. So it was just a really tough game for Axis. I wasn't expecting them to go out like that. I was maybe thinking, okay, maybe if Axis drop out this game, it's going to be in 3rd place, 4th place because of the final blue zone. That wasn't quite the case. But very quickly, let's take a look at our MVP for this round. It is Spade from Farang. He's got 6 kills to his name. He's got 2,260 damage this round. And his ACS is now going to be sitting on 1,455. I'm curious to know, like, what's the highest ACS so far in the tournament? Like, who's holding the highest ACS? Who's dealing the most average damage this tournament? Because if we have those numbers to compare, then we can say whether this is a high or a low ACS.
Well, from the stats that I'm looking at right now, I think Rav has dealt the highest damage. I think it totals, I'm not sure if it includes this round, but from what I'm looking at, 6,159 total damage from this gentleman alone. So he probably has the highest ACS overall. A lot of these damage are chip damage from those long-range snipes. But I think for Farang in general, this is the perfect Kalahari game for it, right? You take control of Refinery.
Yes.
And you get the vantage point and you are just sniping people. Blacklist didn't even get to play the game towards the very end because Farang was just punishing them the moment they show themselves.
Actually, I wanted to point that out, actually, right? Like, this was probably a perfect example of a Farang Kalahari game, where they were able to get their position and maintain their position, being that gatekeeper, stopping teams from coming in, getting those easy pickoffs. So are we just going to maybe see Farang just stick to this strategy? Because one thing I have to note so far is that we haven't seen any teams compete with Farang for drop points. Farang has always been able to get that center point.
And that is the weakness of Farang overall, because they keep playing the exact same strategy over and over again. And just like what Expand has shown in terms of a hot drop against Bloody Head at command post, it's just a matter of time. before a team builds up enough confidence to take a quick hot drop against Farang and take them out of the equation, because the strategy that Farang is playing on Kalahari is close to perfect. You get onto Refinery, you hold on to those high ground platforms, and then you get that bird's eye view and snipe everybody out of the equation. If you get a Groza in the mix as well, perfection, right? Mid-range combat, you are a monster, and that's what we actually saw these teams kind of bring out. And it's just a matter of time before some of these other teams feel like, okay, you know what? I want to take that advantage. I want to pick up all of these skills.
Exactly. So I'm just wondering, because we've seen Farang try to move away from that strategy as well, right? They'll still drop on Refinery, but they'll maybe move away from Refinery to try and get some of the loot outside of Refinery zone. And every time we've seen them move, it's been absolute disaster. They just can't find a safe path that can guarantee them loot without possibly just getting eliminated before getting to that final position. Sorry, Husky, continue.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that to answer your question early on, what we saw from Farang actually was throughout, I believe, most, or if not all of the entire Challenger series, they've been playing the exact same way, right? And we only started to see some cracks towards the very end, and that was also because they were getting challenged a bit more, again, namely by Axis Esports, but that was only for one round out of the 4 Kalahari rounds we had in the grand final. So Farang, they don't feel the need to change too much, and I'm completely fine with it, because you get rounds like these, and they are matches where the circle doesn't go to Refinery, and yet they were still able to win those rounds. So it's more of, you know, the in the moment decision that these players make that really influences how the round ends up for the team.
Yeah. Now, even though, as we said, Farang did not get the Booyah last round, they got 19 kills to their name, which means that they end the round with 28 points. This is going to push them up that leaderboard, and I really want to see how far up they were able to jump with this final standing. Expand, they did get the Booyah. They'll finish the round with 22 points. I think this is a great way to start the day for them. This is their first game. 22 points in the bag. This is going to put them in a solid position before they jump into this next matchup. And of course, the next group that they have to play after this. Pando EWG still existing in this series as well, with 15 points in third place. No Escape Revolt with 13 points. Freedom Cheese with 10 points. And Blacklist International not doing so well, but at least they did get 3 kills to their name before going down. So they are going to finish the round with 6 points. Overall standings are ready, so let's see where everyone is currently. And Farang have been able to, I mean, this is a sizable jump up from their previous position. I think Farang was in 6th place, if I'm not mistaken, before this match. So now they're in 2nd place, hot on Axis's heels. So we're looking at potentially a team that could steal this the Thunder away from Axis, but we do have one more game to go. Anxiety still sitting in 3rd, Peak Time in 4th. I mean, these are mostly Group A teams. I mean, gentlemen, do you think Farang can do it? Do you think they can catch up to Axis?
If Axis has another bad game in the next match, then sure, it's very, very possible, right? Because Axis didn't really get to show much in this particular match itself. And I just noticed that there is a lot of pressure on the members of Blacklist International. Right? We look at the roster of players that they have. They have a track record, you know, again, Odo Knockout and 7-9, but they were never really the best team. And now you're under Blacklist International. And on top of that, Blacklist is actually an invited team in this major. So there's a lot of, I would say, a lot of pressure on this roster and expectations. The thing is, I just don't see them competing with the top dogs, and I think that's something that they have to constantly prove me wrong, to prove that they deserve to be here, right? Because this acquisition, I feel like, is unexpected for me. It's good for the players, but now you have to kind of match that with your performance in the competition.
You gonna add anything to that, AJ?
I think everything has already been said, but what I really like is the fact that Farang stepped it right back up at their own spot at Kalahari. It's all a simple change of, instead of holding on to the side compound of Refinery and just breaking up into their default play of 2-2 split on 2 separate platforms and just controlling that surrounding area. That was the exact play that they brought in this time around. Very happy to see them default back to that, but it's just a matter of time. Or at least I hope it's a matter of time before someone catches up, because you can't just allow Farang to bag all of these free points.
Well, we are moving on to our other map, right? We know Farang, they generally have a good track record when it comes to Kalahari, but their track record when it comes to Bermuda, it's a bit different, you know? It's not guaranteed per se. So as we said, we are going to be jumping into Bermuda for groups B versus C. This is also the final round for these two groups before we head on over to our final grouping, which is going to be A versus C. Now, we have seen quite a number of Bermuda games so far. And with the information that we have, we know that the teams in Group B, they generally have a very good time when it comes to Bermuda. But Group C, do you think there's anyone here that's going to be a Bermuda dominator?
Expand.
I mean, of course, Expand and any other teams.
I think, I think Orange Esports might be able to show us something, right? Because these guys are a bunch of surprises. If there's anything they've proven to us just in the Challenger Series, is that they don't need much rounds to make things work. But the thing is, can they do that again? Can they carry that momentum from the Challenger Series? That's what I want to see.
All right, any final words, gentlemen, before I throw it over to you to take over the game?
Well, we'll take over from here, Danny. Thank you very much for your company.
Good luck, have fun.
That's one way to do it.
We'll catch up with you in a little bit. Bermuda right back in the mix, and I'm curious to see if or not Farang can bring that momentum over to Bermuda, although I know half the answer of that is going to be probably a no, because you don't get that high ground, easy advantage with nobody else contesting your drop spot, right? Farang this time around will be in a little bit of a fix because we do see some of the other teams slowly rising up to the occasion as well. And with X-Pan in the mix with their strategy of getting towards that final circle, I'm expecting so much more from them this time around. And I think they might just be able to deliver, Husky.
In fact, the Farang right now, I cannot believe I didn't think of this earlier on, but it does remind us, gives us a bit of that familiarity of the All Blacks International, right? Where on most maps they are, average to best. Well, I would say decent to very good, but Kalahari is one of their strongest maps, right? All Blacks International, a monster on Kalahari. Farang right now, a beast on that map, but on other maps, sometimes they do, have wobbly performance once in a while. So it does give me a bit of that flashback. But one good thing about Farang is that they are a team that is always willing to go aggressive if they feel like they can take that fight. And Expand has already started the game off with a single point.
Already a slay on the side of X-Roy so early on. And this is a team that, shouldn't really surprise us all that too much as they managed to get some of these knocks out there on the battlefield. But the fact of the matter is Eastern Wolfsgang, one of the stronger teams out there on the battlefield from Group C, are in the exact same compound as these team members from the side of Expand. And this might just be the undoing because they're quite equal in terms of firepower. Fall MX has the P90, high rate of fire. Cobra, on the other hand, UMP, I don't think this is a fair fight. But what is a good equalizer is you've got the Axel right beside him. So this is a 2v1 against an OP Fall MX who has no medkit on him. This is a GG. Goodbye, Fall.
Not sure if Axel swapped the gun over to Cobra, but either way, I don't think Fall MX was going to get out of this as Expand just outnumbered him overall. Again, a very unlikely team to come together, right? We had a couple of superstar teams that we have seen put together. I think, for Malaysia local, I think Todak was one of them. Geek Fam, the old Geek Fam, of course, right now Sem9. We had the Mr. D squad, AKO and Sem9 back then. Those were kind of the superstar team, but Expand.
I think we might have lost Husky for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, but it's all right. Don't worry. The superstar will be right back with us in a little bit of a moment. Orange Esports loses Jabat halfway through as Parent tries to run away from this compound. They've got the next circle at Graveyard, but AV Radicals slowly piling up the pressure on them, Husky. Welcome back.
Yeah, oh, wow, I didn't realize you lost me because... It's fine. I'm back right in time for the action. But I was just saying that, Expand is the only difference between Expand and a lot of superstar squad we've seen before is that it's the most unlikely one assembled, and it's the one that you brought together individuals with who are just really good at what they do. And the fact that they gel so well together on their debut, it's a big surprise to me. Though Ooh, AV Radicals getting 2 free kills from that high ground, giving them 3 points so far.
Good take on this engagement, but Torm, as he tries to run away, AV Radicals should be able to wrap things up. Orange Esports, once again, starting off the group stage is super soft, and they get shut down too easy by Ramiel. That Bison will win that fight any given time of the day, especially with the kind of situation that Orange Esports has to encounter here. Caught out in the open, in the game of numbers to play against them. Eastern Wolfsgang brings back the team member Fall MX, so that initial engagement isn't going to hurt them all that too bad. Farang, on the other hand, might just see a little bit of revenge play from the side of Axis Esports, who were determined to pick up the win earlier on, but couldn't even make it to that center of the circle to challenge Farang. Out of nowhere, No Escape revolted against them, Husky.
Yeah, and this time I think Axis will have more comfortable spot as Farang are all trapped at the dam. Not really the best position to be in. There's not much spot to kind of wiggle around. We'll see how that develops. As Freedom Cheese will now be face to face with Bloody Hit. In fact, both teams are just incredibly passive. Though Mark, he is going to take that long shot and try to get as much info as he can outside the perimeter. And that's going to allow him to provide some cover. But it seems like Morgana also wants to kind of shake the nest a bit. Freedom Cheese, they're not really budging so far.
Freedom Cheese, so far no cheese strats. In fact, they have been quite iffy with their approach. Bloody Heads don't have to worry about Expand hunting them down this time round. Command post not available at Bermuda, and they take the fight straight up to Nafis. Void Face with a long-range shutdown, and it seems to be the cheese strats continuing to fail on the side of Freedom Cheese. And I just saw another team just beyond the horizon here, ORV on the way in third party, this 2 squads. And Bloody Heads, they better wrap things up quickly before ORV appears.
Yeah, ORV X-Man on the horizon. Bloody Head getting pressured. This Void Face just gets pushed all the way to the grave. Freedom Cheese continuing to try and take over this compound. Morgana loses his fight as well to Dino. Freedom Cheese now will have full control over the area.
Ooh.
Wiping out the rest of Bloody Head. ORV X-Men getting on the action as well. But that also means this third party is going to probably allow them to take over what Freedom Cheese worked so hard to acquire.
Yeah, either way, it was always going to be an ORV takeover, looking at how that engagement was breaking down. But Asta might be able to turn things around. Double Vectors in hand, going up against a Mag 7. It's all about the timing here. Double Vectors catches him off guard. Shots hops on into the same compound as Asta and manages to get him out. Hasta la vista, he says. And now, Freedom Cheese, one final opportunity to play the game of revival at Rebnam Village. There is a revival platform, but when we turn our attention over to Farang, they're getting toasted by AV Radicals. One good grenade. Ramiel shuts down too bad. Jumbal taken out of the equation as well. AV Radicals rising up to the occasion this time round.
Yeah, AV Radicals looking so darn good in that engagement. And completely obliterating Farang, not giving them any chance to mount a response. He's going to send Spade running to get his team back up. Thankfully, there is a buy point, so Spade should at least have some company going proceeding into the rest of the match. But AV Radicals have so much control. They have Riverside in their sites, their plantation, and they also take over this connecting point and the dam area. And that's gonna really keep Farang on their toes. And Farang will have to go for the long rotation to cut through Expand if they want to make it into the circle.
And let's see how they execute cutting through that, right? Eastern Wolfsgang slowly approaching ORV. They know they are outside of the circle, and as they get back in, things are just going to get so much more harder for them. They have to get through ORV. We're quite comfortable with their current location as they try to continue looting up to recover from that previous engagement. Eastern Wolfsgang might just be what delays their move in towards the next circle, but Eastern Wolfsgang are not rushing into this process at all. They're taking their own sweet time, looting up the bridge before moving on.
Yeah, perfectly understandable. There's no need to be too hasty. We still are at the second circle, so you can afford to tank some of that pain. Getting to ORV is the biggest challenge. They have the vehicles to supplement that rotation, unless ORV can really blow up those trucks, then I think Pando EWG will be able to overtake and just get through that area and get into the circle. What worries me more is Farang, where they only got to revive 2 of their members. Freedom Cheese, in the meantime, revives the entire team right into the scopes of No Escape Revolt. That would be an initial knockdown, and Dino, he just got back into the lobby, and he's sent packing by Sha once more.
No Escape. This time round, I expect to see more out of them. If they had the capability of shutting down Axis Esports, they have the capability of doing anything against Freedom Cheese. Shouldn't be a huge challenge at all. But, you know, one can never assume all that too fast. Phrase, beautiful shot, disconnect, and he tries to flank over from the right-hand side, meets a double vector, Mag 7 in hand. Phrase should win out this gunfight, hops on in, and easily puts down Nafis. 1 more to go. Freedom Cheese about to have a couple of holes busted in them. This is Swiss cheese in the making.
No Escape Revolt just having such a good time. EWG, on the other hand, were able to bring back Jay-Z and Mantai back into action, and Asta is just hiding away from the rest of No Escape Revolt. That revival point is going to close, so from this point onwards, it will be a very tough uphill battle for Freedom Cheese, if it already isn't one. They don't have much resources, though, so that is kind of an insult to injury.
Yazid managing to bring Asta back, but I don't know how much is that going to favor them, because both of those players outside of the circle, getting the HP tagged away little by little by that blue zone that closes on in. ORV finally makes their way into the circle, and Eastern Wolves gang have managed to lose 2 players initially, but JC brought back, holds onto the high ground. AV Radicals engages with No Escape Revolt inside of the time turner. They run back and forth, but AV Radicals a little slippery, hops on right back in. Wine, what a play! Engages, but no takedown just yet. Wine just needs to fix some of his accuracy. Jim Quest from the back. ORV, they've got all it takes to shut down AV Radicals here, and it's all in the hands of Wine. Double barrel, turns around the corner. Yet another window to peek through, and Jim Quest very easily snuffs out his friend. Slurpee gets taken down. 1 final player on the side of No Escape Revolt.
Jim Quest he did the best he could, but it was not enough to finish off the rest of AV Radicals. And Freedom Cheese somehow finds himself in this building. Hello. Not really the home invasion that they wanted to pull off. AV Radicals getting a free kill. 11 points so far, and they bring the entire team is actually still alive.
Still looking forward to some cheese strats, and that's the cheese strat right there. Nafis got bought right back in, and that's going to be the strategy. Just keep buying your players right back in, just keep reviving them. Nafis gets a knock with his secondary. Manchai sitting duck in that situation, but very quickly Eastern Wolves gang recover, and just as quickly as Nafis came right back in, he went right back out to the lobby. ORV fighting against the blue zone as the rest of the Eastern Wolves gang try to take that high ground advantage against Expand. Too fast. AC-80 in hand, just needs 2 accurate shots to bring down a player. And the backs of Eastern Wolves gang now guarded by Freedom Cheese's Yazid. Yazid needs to turn around this corner of the glue wall. Does exactly that. But the game of numbers alongside with that blue zone damaging him. And finally, Freedom Cheese, after all of those fights and engagement, are back to that lobby.
Finally taken down after so long. Too fast actually getting a snipe from down there. EWG thought they had to drop onto Expand. Jay-Z doesn't want to let this one go, but unfortunately, there's just no clear angle for him to take the shot. Expand now trapped in that area. Too fast, has a grenade launcher in hand. Does he get to use it though? Shooting it uphill is not going to be easy. Xroy taking out 4 and Max. Jay-Z not landing his shot. Xroy now is going to turn around and actually get the drop on the Jay-Z. EWG, even though having that advantage, the vantage point, was not able to take out Expand. But Expand, on the other hand, was also pressured by AV Radicals at the same time. See how they get out of this though. EWG taking the punishment for them instead.
Expand 5 kills so far. Blacklist off screen. Getting the deed done against ORV. But here comes AV Radicals. Tanamore. He brings up a glue wall just to have it taken down. Once again, but a drive-by. Cobra gets knocked down onto the ground. Out of nowhere, ORV X-Men hop on into the battle, but they get shut down as instantaneously. AV Radicals try to take full advantage of all of this. Mantai, high ground advantage, should be able to chip away at these players, but he stays hidden away.
Man, I did not see that coming. That card came out of nowhere. And why just decide to mow through the ranks of Expand? AV Radicals with 15 kills so far. We're getting really high kill counts today for individual teams, AJ. I mean, Farang at 19, Axis at 18, and now AV Radicals at 15 and still counting. Some incredible team play so far. Pano EWG finally out as Manchai expires to the blue zone. We're down to 4 teams, Blacklist International being one of them. Best run so far, but they don't have much kills to work with though. Retool is gonna thin down their numbers from long range. Blacklist will be forced to slow down to get the teammate back up.
Blacklist on the other side, hard to get on this side. Batman with the only slay so far, but AV Radicals, dude, this team has woken up, man. They bombed out in the previous round and they are out for blood in this one. Bermuda seems to be their, decent home where they can pick up quite a number of kills, 15 to be accurate. And now with this high ground advantage all spread out through Plantation, they've got a good chance of taking advantage against all of the other teams. Batman from afar has been spotted out. They know the compound of Blacklist International as well. Although they don't know exactly which player sits in front of them, it matters not. It's a matter of picking up those decent kill points, and they rotate towards the next circle as well, which isn't too far away. Everybody else has to play into the compound of AV Radicals, which means running straight at the firing squad on that high ground.
Yeah, this is the best case scenario for AV Radicals. Not only do you get the high ground, but you also get to watch over all the teams. And in fact, AV Radicals, they're not even in the circle just yet. They don't want to be at the disadvantaged position, right? They want to take out whoever is on that low ground before they get control. Thin out the numbers of the enemy ranks and then slowly make your way forward. Blacklist International, they have the luxury of a compound, but they don't have the advantage to kind of chip away at AV Radicals. Series from hard to get makes it just a three-team fight right now. AV Radicals getting a bird's eye view over all of their enemies.
But you gotta choose. You gotta pick. Do you want Hard to Get or do you want the players off Blacklist? Now, they don't make the decision and therefore Hard to Get approaches their compound instead. Taking that right-hand side flank. Attacking back-to-back. Ritu's backs away. Forbid's taken down. Fantastic hit by Blacklist from afar. Ashura takes advantage of this chaos and a good nade out of wide. Manages to get that drop. Forbid's drop. Ashura doing a lot for the side of Blacklist. And Blacklist, although not involved in this fight directly, they help to get Hard to Get back out into the lobby. AV Radicals now, it's a 3v4, but low ground disadvantage for Blacklist as they lose fires as well.
Then it comes through, the time turner, catching Ashura off guard as they blast through him. And Miro does not stand. AV Radicals with the booyah. 20 monstrous kills. And we thought Farang set a new record. No, AV Radicals instantly breaks it within 30 minutes of their record being set. They get the booyah as well. The icing on the cake for this Filipino squad.
Happy to see Panda on the squad as well. AV Radicals, one of the very few that brings the ladies into these matchups. But hopefully we get to see her performing out there on the battlefield a little bit as well. But for the time being, man, this setup by AV Radicals has been quite phenomenal. After bombing out in the previous round, one should have lost all confidence. One should have not had this sort of fury. But, it can go either way. Either you lose all of your confidence or it just fuels that fire in your heart. And it seems to be the exact case for AV Radicals. They bounced back from that defeat. They bounced back from that early bombing out. And they dominated this whole matchup. In fact, they, like you said, broke the record of Farang and have outdone them in terms of picking up the number of points for themselves. And this is just the second match for AV Radicals.
This is just the first day of the major, right? We have 8 days of group stage, and day one has already set the bar so high. Interesting fact, AV Radicals, I believe, is a fusion between PXG Radicals and AV Ligers, because Panda was from AV Ligers. So it's good to see her in this roster. But yeah, in the bigger scheme of things, it's a performance that we expect from them. But this hot out the gates, we have a group stage on our hands.
Guys, I'm gonna say it. I think this group so far has proven that we are not looking at a one-team domination. Just from these 2 games alone, hasn't been who we expected to get those booyahs, right? Axis has been non-existent. Expand just suddenly got eliminated by a drive-by, which was very surprising. I love that. I love seeing teams be very creative when they try and get those eliminations. AB Radicals coming in and actually being a threat to the competition. If this is going to be, if anything, it's really so spicy so far. Here's the overall standings very quickly before we move on over to our MVP. 55 total kills. We've got 11 revives so far, 17 rescues. I have to say, so far, we haven't seen much of an impact with the revival system. It's been there, it's been helpful, but we haven't seen any crazy shenanigans where people are reviving mid-battle.
And you can thank the supremacy of the teams in the MCPS Major Season 4 for that. It's all about how many players you allow to leave that compound once you engage with a certain squad. And most of these teams have got that mechanical supremacy to shut them down. But also, we don't see a lot of teams defaulting back to a super defensive play. They're just taking those fights head on. And most of the time, it's a 50-50 bet that doesn't go some of their way. We see some of those survivors kind of trailing off, trying to play the game of revival. But the problem here is as they try to circle around into the next compound to find one of those revival platforms, they get snuffed out of the equation as well. We don't really see a lot of players playing the disadvantage of running outside of the circle for the revival, which has a better chance for bringing back your whole squad.
Yeah. Here's our MVP for the round. It's going to be Jans from ORV. This one's a bit of an interesting one. He's got 4 kills to his name, 2,191 damage for this round, but his total ACS is 998.
I think ORV, this guy has... there were some moments that we see his name kind of up in the highlight reel. I think he generally is a very solid player, but ORV as a team in general, just when we look at the macro and the micro, that's where they get outclassed, right? Individually, most of these CQCs are a coin flip. And Jens is one of those members that stands a really good chance against the best. But if you look at the entirety of gameplay from the team, that's where a lot of other teams just outdo them in terms of how they rotate, how they take those high grounds, and it's something that does take a long time to kind of cultivate and polish up. So him taking the MVP, I think, is well-deserved because he is a solid player, but the overall MVP is by no doubt AB Radicals.
I think it just goes without saying, like, these guys dominated that round. 21 kills to their name. They are holding the current record for the most kills in one round. 15 assists, I mean, 10,000 damage. You can't expect anything less than this if you're getting 21 kills to your name.
And unless you're getting all of your kills through steals, which just wasn't the case for AB Radicals, right? Clearly, that previous underperforming round kind of annoyed them to a degree where they really felt the need to prove themselves. Because I was shocked that AB Radicals hopped on in, and this is one of the most promising squads out there, but didn't really have anything to show from the previous matchup. I guess this one good performance kind of overshadows that non-performance and equals out the overall number of points that they've picked up over 2 matches. But it's not enough because you just technically equalize your non-performance from that previous game. Now you got to continuously step it up if you want to have a strong chance of climbing up that leaderboard. Yes, it's just day 1, but most of the times how that final leaderboard kind of ends is predetermined by the kind of pressure some of these teams bring out, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, they really set the bar, right? And not just AB Radicals. So Axis set the standard. Expand showed up huge in their very first debut match. I think Farang also did that as well. And the level of play just keeps getting better and better each season, right? Every time we thought that, okay, this is probably the limit. Another team comes out and drops like 20 bombs in one game, and we thought that's the limit. AB Radical says, no, we're gonna do you better by showing you that 20 kills is the bare minimum for us, right? And just to echo what Danny said, if you told me that it's not going to be a top-heavy competition, I would say that you are completely out of your mind. That's what we said about Challenger Series, and look what it became. It came down to one last round to figure out who wins the whole thing. But right now, it's just day 1. We've only gone through 5 matches, and it already felt like no team is in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. And then we also need to remember this was the final game for all of the teams in Group B. So Group B is done and dusted for the day. We are going to move over to A versus C for our next groupings. Overall standings, though, very briefly, Access Esports is going to be able to maintain that first place with 68 points. Farang close in second place with 60 points. And then you can say that's where the rest of the competition is, right? ORV X-Men with 38 points, Anxiety in fourth place with 36. But the reason why these teams are only sitting on 30-ish points is because they've only played their first round of matches. We're looking at our second round, so we could be seeing the gap close, right? Because Farang is done, Axis are done.
Yeah, Navy Radicals dead last to the 7th spot, and if they can keep this up for the final few matches, they might just be able to rip away that number 1 spot from Axis.
More matches as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've just played 2 games for the teams in Group C.
This is
so 3 more games
possible.
to go. It's exciting.
I mean, you have Expand as well. It's good to see Sem9 and Geek Fam coming back into the equation. And this is where I think it gets very interesting, right? Sem9 Geek Fam up against AV Radicals and Expand. It's going to be incredibly explosive, and we get to see that direct matchup, right? I want to see Sem9 face off against AV Radicals or Expand, and to really, truly see where these players stand, because we didn't see the Expand players play in Challenger Series. We certainly didn't see AV Radicals play in the Challenger Series, at least for our region. So where do they stand? I think we're going to find out.
And as well, we do have a reminder, we have the exact same code here on the bottom of the screen. So if you missed the previous code, make sure you claim this code right now. It is going to expire at the end of the day. You'll be getting 2 Lively Beast weapon loot crates once you claim these codes, courtesy of Verena. So if you haven't already, make sure you claim the code, share it with all of your friends, because this code is only for today. Limited time code. It's not limited quantity, limited time. Make sure you claim it now, otherwise you're going to miss out, and you're going to have to wait until tomorrow's code to get your next freebies of the day. But gentlemen, we are going to go for a break very shortly, but after that break, it's A versus C. I think this is going to be really exciting. I know there was a lot of hype for these teams in Group A. We had a lot of exciting matches with Group B, but so far Group C, they're proving to be a very strong contender in this race. I mean, do you think it's still going to be Group A to be leading the charge here for this next matchup, or do you think Group C could be the surprise that we've been waiting for?
I think with just 2 matches, Group C has managed to prove themselves already, and with 3 more left in the day, I'm pretty sure not only can they continue catching up with those from Group A, but leave them in the dust by the time we are done with the day.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the first 5 matches, right? The first 3 matches that Group A played, they got 2 booyahs out of the 3 matches. Natoda got 1, SAF got 1. Group C came in, they played only 2 matches, and both booyahs went to teams in Group C. I think this will be very close.
Oh, so Husky, you're saying it's going to be close?
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. I don't think Group C is going to come out on top by a mile, but I think they will give Group A a run for their money.
All right, sorry about that, guys. So A versus C, I think there's a lot on the line for a lot of these teams, because of course there is the race for top 2. We've already 60 points is really where you're aiming to finish the day, at least, if you want to make it to top 2. And I think it's very doable, especially in 3 rounds, if you are able to pull off the consistency, right? But I mean, maybe it's a lot to ask. 20 points per round, that's roughly like booyah in terms of points. But I think, especially with how steep the competition is, I think it is very doable with how bloodthirsty, I guess you could say, some of these squads are. Because Husky, I think you made a really good point in that previous matchup, right? Where we're seeing a lot of kills going towards the top end of the bracket. A lot of the teams that are in the final circle are getting over 15 kills. Is this a trend that maybe we're going to continue seeing? Especially with Group C, because things like Group C are very good at this.
Hopefully so. I think we have seen a couple of very heavy hitters that just somehow, when they get rolling, you cannot stop them. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see more of those scenarios.
Yep.
Any final words, AJ, before we go for a quick break?
We just have to remember this is MCPS A-tier event. All the teams are going to be stacked. We're going to take a quick short break, but it's still going to be a hot competition between all of the groups, no doubt whatsoever. But not yet.
Okay,
the timer runs out, but we still on here. But it's okay. We'll get kind of used to the time. Now is the break. Bye-bye, guys. We'll catch you in a bit.
we?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS.
Power in
Numbers.
Where we?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS.
Power in
Numbers.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire. Congratulations.
Happy birthday, Free Fire!
May wish you a very happy birthday, Free Fire.
Hello, selamat menyambut hari jadi Free Fire yang ke-5.
So wish you very happy anniversary, Free Fire.
Happy birthday Free Fire yang kelima.
Happy birthday, Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire. Selamat hari jadi Free Fire.
Happy birthday, Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi Garena Free Fire, Pepe here. I just want to greet you happy 5th anniversary.
Yo, it's me, Pedro Carias, and I would love to greet Garena Free Fire a happy 5th anniversary.
Hi, I'm Makisik Gaming. Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi, I'm VH Mark. I just want to say that happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi guys, this is Jack. Happy 5th anniversary Free Fire.
Hi everyone, I am Vinoy and I would just like to give Garena Free Fire a happy 5th birthday.
Hi, I'm Twinkle Gaming from Philippines. I would like to greet happy 5th anniversary Garena Free Fire.
Hi Garena Free Fire, this is Faithy and I just want to greet you happy 5th anniversary.
Happy 5th birthday Free Fire.
Happy 5th anniversary Garena Free Fire, more buyat to come.
Where we? we?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS.
Power in
Numbers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We're about to conclude the day with our final 2 groups, which is A versus C. All the teams in Group B have concluded their matches. They're not going to be coming back until tomorrow, so if you're cheering for them, unfortunately you're not going to be seeing them anymore. But they have left a sizable impression on the competition because they've played all their games, they're now sitting in their locked positions for the day. And that basically means teams in Group A and C now have their goals to achieve, which if you're aiming for top 1 and 2, it's 66 total points, which is very doable, right? Most of the top tier teams, as you could say, they're sitting at about 35, 36 points. So very, very reachable for them to maybe take that first place away. But the question is, can anyone close the gap? Because so far the competition in Groups A and C, it's fierce. We thought it was going to be Group A domination the whole way, but Group C were very, very great against Group A, but then Group C was good against Group B. So is it now going to come full circle and be Group A to dominate Group C? Who knows? The great circle of life is a mystery.
All the alphabets just confused me, Danny. That's all I know.
Well, I do know it's going to be very close, and to catch up to, I think, Axis in first place.
Axis, yes.
Most teams just generally need an average of 10 points per game, which realistically isn't really too hard to get, right? Because you have 3 games to play, and
consistency is key.
I believe in some of these teams. I say some because we have seen some teams kind of bomb out after 1 round. But if teams like Expand and I believe AB Radicals from Group C show us just 1 more round of what they have already demonstrated, then that first place is very easy for them to take over.
Yeah, but I don't think it's not going to be easy, is it, AJ? Because we've seen who lives in Group A. So
it's definitely not going to be easy. At this level of competition at MCPS Season 4, it's not going to be easy at all, right? You're talking about the creme de la creme of Free Fire teams out there within our server, fighting it out on the battlefield. And I feel like, saying that one of those matches is going to be easy is going to be very painful for any one of those teams to expect out there. And usually I look for consistency. But if you're a team like AB Radicals, take that consistency, throw it into the trash can. I don't care. As long as you can give me bombastic rounds like the previous one where you pick up 33 solid points and jump from dead last into that 7th place, I'll take that any given day. They just need 1 more round like that to replace Axis Esports. How about that?
How about that? I mean, anything is possible at this point. All right, so A versus C, we're going to jump into Kalahari. This is game 6 of the day. So after this, we're going to go back to Bermuda, and then we're going to finish up with Kalahari. So 3 games for these teams in these final groups. One thing for certain is that we are going to probably have a new team take up Refinery, or nobody at all, right? Because Farang is now out of the picture. No one from Farang is going to be able to occupy there. So I'm wondering, are we going to be seeing a new team take the center stage and maybe play like Farang, right? Play gatekeep Free Fire. Just take out the competition from the high ground. We'll have to see AJ Husky, though, take it away for game number 6.
I love me some Refinery battle. And again, thank you, Danny. You can sit back, relax, watch the show, and watch how Group C absolutely plows through Group A. But I feel like I'm kind of eating my own words up. I think it will be close, but I also think that Group C will have a slightly higher chance of pulling off a victory. But that's just based off of the rough data of what we saw, right? Group A playing 3 rounds and Group C playing 2 of them. Obviously, from Group A, I'm looking at Sem9 to kind of bring the heat, and they definitely are. Right off the bat, a couple of gunshots here and there, and they're not doing too well, though. Already getting knocked down, but SAF is the one that challenges them.
Yeah, SAF doing a great job here.
What?
2 players back to back. Man 04 shut down by McDo. And it looks like he didn't have his big breakfast this morning because he stepped up to the plate only to get eaten up. Although he has 2 solid slays on his side already. This is for the duty of Sem9 to finish things off. Good grenade by. Let's go. Oh my lord. Too perfect. He does 2 things at one time. Saves his buddy, picks him up, and knocks out the final player of Sem9. What an early engagement for SAF.
Yeah, SAF just chewed right through Sem9, right? They are comrades from Group A. Doesn't matter. SAF off to an amazing start. I did not expect this to happen because we didn't see it the first time, these 2 teams play on Kalahari, and now there's kind of a new revelation that Sem9 will have to take into account for the last game later on when we go back onto Kalahari. AV Radicals getting off to a very sweet start as well. The high tier loot zone completely controlled by these guys.
That's exactly what we want to see, some breakout rounds from some of the teams that are capable of replacing Axis Esports from the #1 spot, or at the very least getting super close to them so that we can have a crazy competition to constantly keep us on our toes with, right? Eastern Wolfsgang from Mammoth not focusing on rotating in towards the next compound just yet. Everybody's staying put as they want to find out exactly where this very first focus of that circle will bring us into, and we still have about 40 odd seconds to see exactly where that's going to be. Santa Catarina, as usual for Geek Fam, although it is a brand new lineup within the squad, but the coach and the direction of the brand as a whole remains the same, Husky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think overall, this acquisition came in during the grand finals, and it has been paying dividends. Right, even though they didn't win the whole thing, which at that time was a long shot, but they did put up the performance that kind of exceeded a lot of expectations. To see that carry through into the major is definitely a big win. Icon, on the other hand, had I think one great round and one decent one, but we still haven't seen much from these guys. We haven't seen them really, take on the biggest of teams and actually persevere too. Though there is one guy that I feel like is kind of on my radar. I want to say I think that is Man. I think that he has shown some potential.
A lot of potential shown by Man for sure, especially with the drive-by early on. I think the takedown was just a little too sweet. I want to see more of those flashy plays once again. But, desperation maneuvers sometimes gets you to do some pretty crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. But it's all about how you manage to compose yourself even in a hectic situation like that. Expand did not expect to get run down by that vehicle, and they didn't manage themselves well when they were surprised in that manner. And, you have to keep yourself cool, calm, and composed no matter what the situation if you want to take the top spot. Just like Jabat, holding on to the highest angle, the bird's eye view possible here at Refinery, trying to play this against all of the other teams. Does manage to spot out Zen OP, but nothing much to play with as he just fires a shot off, doesn't connect with the players of Blacklist International, who managed to circle around towards Bayfront.
Yeah, Orange Esports is taking it slow. And this was the spot that they kind of perched themselves on top of, I think, in the last Kalahari match against Group B. Though they were not able to take too much control of that thanks to the presence of Farang, but nonetheless, now having that bird's eye view will give them a very solid chance of keeping this game within their grasp. In fact, the Kalahari round that they played, they weren't even able to get on top of those spots because they got ambushed by Pando EWG and wiped out. But here comes SAF though, off to a fantastic start, wiping out Sem9 and approaching the compound controlled by Expand.
Expand has to take control of the situation, or at the very least this compound, before SAF makes their way through in here. Once you've got your defensive spot secured, you should be able to fire back, shut down anyone that approaches your compound. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Expand is still out there hunting for the loot. Not their fault. They don't know what approaches them. SAF will be hungry for those kill points. Too fast. Axel, they better get out of there, especially with this danger zone looming. It might just be the saving grace to keep the players of SAF slowed down just a little bit as they make their exit strategy.
Yeah, and you know, for Expand, they have nothing to do with incoming team. Not really the team that is a fan of taking risks, but at the same time, not that it matters to them too much because they have a very solid game plan. So keeping themselves safe and away from all these early threats is something that I think they are very comfortable with. But that also puts them under the watchful eyes of Jabat.
Jabat might be a guy that's super aware of what's happening around him, but hopefully the rest of his team members can respond accordingly as well when the time comes. Toda hanging around at the maze. They might have overstayed their welcome. Anxiety just beside them, but now no. Toda starts to actually move towards the compound of Anxiety. This fight is about to break out. The next circle is not too far away from them, so even if they do waste this time going up against each other, neither one will be too far away from the next compound. But AV Radical slowly moving into Foundation, and if they continue moving down that line of sight towards the next circle, the maze might just be the next stop as they hop compound to compound. As the perfect third party, AV Radicals might be able to be the biggest winners in here from the get-go.
Oh yeah, AV Radicals so far, getting a clean start, not really engaging any fights, not threatened at all. So that gives them a lot of freedom to just run around the map and perhaps just gain their resources, right? AV Radicals in that previous round had a lot of liberty of getting kills after kills and just continuing that momentum, getting resources, restocking every single knockdown. But this game is going to be a bit slower. Anxiety, on the other hand, is not going to get the same treatment against Todak, who are pressuring them from the cover of these couple of ruins. You see the Kanoho is not having a good time. And Toby, he was able to kind of buy some distance between him and Todak, but it doesn't seem like Anxiety are retaliating.
Let's see exactly what Anxiety can do against Toda, because finally this engagement does start off. Fura with a quick rundown with a motorcycle, hops on off. Pedro could strike back, almost did, but Fura just overpowers him with the Max 7. Toda lost 3 players already. Kid aims the final guy, still standing. Can't take the bike and get out of there if it's quick enough, but unfortunately no. He backs himself into the glue wall, turns around, shuts down Tadamo. Fantastic response so far. Max 7 should be able to clear out the distance between all of these other teams, and as anticipated, AV Radicals comes by to clean up house, third partying the players of Anxiety. AV Radicals now with that fight, double barrel shotgun in the hands of Dynamo as well.
Oh my God.
As they circle around, this is AV Radicals with that cleanup. Bye-bye Anxiety, but I feel like one guy has managed to back away, chestman down on the ground, and Anxiety did not see this coming, Husky.
I can't believe it. The patience from AV Radicals actually paid off, and they catch Anxiety completely off guard. Anxiety didn't have the intention to fight Todak, it seems, and they end up getting punished instead. Geek Fam, on the other hand, this Icon team that we want to see kind of pop off a bit, and then he is putting in the work, taking down 2 members of Geek Fam so far, and even getting a revive done with Cap at his back. Geek Fam not able to stop this from happening. They're forced to retreat with only Haki left alive.
Geek Fam, Hakimi, one final guy, tries to buy his players back. Yasta brought back Hazik back in the matchup as well. Geek Fam's gonna be solid by the time their opponent's Icon are done and dusted with them. And Hakimi tries to get up as the player from the side of Icon hops on down. It's got the AWM as well as the Car 98 in hand. Only long-range engagement combat ability, and the backstab by Captain. Just too good, just too strong. Hakimi put out of the equation already, but he already done the deed. He brought back the rest of his players before getting taken out. That's the kind of Geek Fam we used to know.
Yeah, and Geek Fam surviving that initial wave of terror from Icon. And Hakimi putting in the work. Finally, he brings back the rest of his team before he goes out. Blacklist International getting a snipe with the retool, but no finisher just yet. Anxiety, they are also back in the ring, courtesy of Fura. But there's not much place for them to land, though. It's either in the hands of AV Radicals or in the hands of Orange Esports. So Anxiety, then things are not going to get any easier for them, even though they are revived.
Getting revived is one thing. Finding a good drop spot when the circle is just so tight like this is a whole other strategy of its own. You got to play a game of luck. But Toby found a small compound to work with, calls the rest of his team members in. They just gotta hope and pray that compound hasn't been looted up just yet. Playing against the game of luck now, the players of anxiety. But it is good that they didn't get fully wiped out earlier on. Führer did manage to get away from AV Radicals. Could have been quite the GG if that did not happen. But as they slowly now try to circle around from this compound, away from the sub, expand, catches sight of them. Icon knocks down Cobra. Cobra can't do much. That blue wall still helping him stay sustained. But in the next few shots, Eddie should be able to take him out of the equation, and he does exactly that. Expand now in a lot of trouble as the players catch hold of them.
You say a lot of trouble, but Cobra has just got revived by
too quick, man.
Too quick. Yeah, it's someone from Expand is always on the revival, on the dive point. Right? Like, he's just waiting. I like that. That's one way to keep yourself in the game.
Yeah.
Let's get
Animo knocks himself down after getting a good grenade launcher pop. Ritu's Riptide Rhythm. This is the undoer. Thanamo runs away with such low HP. That's a smart move coming through. And now, Trip Mine set up already. They are waiting for Blacklist International to come rushing towards them. If that happens, this is a GGWP. Blacklist is going to get bagged up.
Yeah, AV Radicals have already lost Ray Meow, and they are not catching a break. Thanamo getting pelted from afar. Bloody Head on the horizon. Orange Esports is around there as well, but Orange Esports are very much occupied with Bloody Head. Parent going down, the ice grenade and the frag just dropped from the second floor. Morgana, he's gonna get knocked down. Orange Esports, they are the one with the man advantage, and Tom, he's trying to flush out the members of Bloody Head, but he's actually gonna flashbang, so no damage was dealt so far as Bloody Head continues to hold their spot on the second floor, but maybe not for long. As Orange Esports slowly but surely chips through the defenses, and here comes the Horde of Orange Esports players cutting through the members of Bloody Head. They've gotten 2 so far.
And AV Radicals now, as they get stormed by the players of Blacklist International. Miro taken out of the equation. Wine doing the damage. Thanamo from the back. Grenade launcher. Fire is taken out of the equation as SAF gets exited from this particular lobby by Icon. Blacklist might just follow suit. Ashura, final survivor, surrounded by all of the glue walls. Expand still alive and kicking. And from that long angle, they chip away at Orange Esports. Unbeknownst to them, Icon slowly approaches their compound. High ground advantage for Icon if they hear those gunshots to chip in against the players of Expand as well, because they do have the circle already. So much of chaos breaking out on that battlefield, and AV Radicals now, all of that aggression might come to an end as they have 2 final players. Ashura gets his back caught out in the open, and Thanamo finishes him off. 8 kills so far, but they need to bring 2 players back.
What Ashura's made of vibranium. That grenade didn't kill me with 1 shot. It's insane. I mean, defies the laws of biology, but sure. Orange Esports getting another knock. Cobra losing the fight again. Expand getting really severely pushed by the members of Orange Esports. And Expand, actually, they don't have much left in the tank.
Oof.
Getting eliminated by Orange in 7th place as Orange Esports continues their run in this round with 7 kills so far.
If you're Expand, that exit must have hurt, especially in the hands of Orange Esports, who haven't really been performing so far. But I'm glad to see Orange waking up before we get to the final moments before the qualifiers for the grand finals, right? Those final few matches. You wake up early, you stand a greater chance. Thanamo from the back. This is Geek Fam's Yasta as well. Geek Fam really cannot stand up against Icon, who are on fire this time round. Iconic plays coming through from Man, once again stepping up for the team. Yasta, final player available. Man from afar, 15 medkits on, but 0 grenades. Long range engagement, needs to wait for Yasta to get up, stand right back up from that prone position in order for them to be able to take those shots. But Thanamo on the approach, very slowly. Grenade launcher pops out, but he faces a grenade launcher in the hands of Fall MX himself. 25 HP left. Eastern Wolfgang now gets caught out. A very peculiar glue wall pulled out at the very edge of the cliff, puts them in a lot more trouble. Tom is the only guy dealing the damage from that left-hand side.
AV Radicals knocked out by EWG, but it was very hard for AV Radicals to do anything to begin with, thanks to the poor position that they were in. Orange Esports, Torm is still not spotted out. Gets a couple of free shots in. I thought that EWG would at least turn it around to try and deal with him, but capped on from Icon's side, just got a snipe. The members of Twa also going down. Icon still not stopping with this aggression.
No, they're not, man. I mean, why would you, right? 13 kills up already. You want to have a dominating round as well, and you need to recover some of those sloppy rounds where you barely picked up much for yourself. And that's exactly the mindset of Icon right now. A good grenade popped out, Fall MX right in front of it, but the radius of that explosion does not catch him off guard. Karloy, on the other hand, on that watchtower, slowly the circle leaving him. Eddie takes the initiative to catch up with Yasta, cuts down that distance, snuffs out Yasta from the equation. Eastern Wolfsgang fall down one after the other as well. Mantai has the charge buster, but nobody close enough for him to bust open. Icon with that long range engagement should be able to make quick work of Mantai now, but he still manages to tag cap just a little bit. Flank from the left and right side. Man has got a little bit of backup in Eddie. A good ice grenade will force him to reposition, and Eddie circles around from the left hand side, but they're playing this sloppily.
Yeah, and Icon's still being able to kind of toy around with their opponents. EWG.
Oh!
They're buying a lot of time. Karloy, he's sneaking this one out. And Icon now need to divert their attention a bit. The blue zone is going to force them into a corner. Karloy, he can take advantage of this if he places enough. Cap is already on. Karloy is still standing there. It's going to be a very scrappy fight. Karloy, can he do any more damage? Mantai taking advantage of this, but he's stuck. Oh, he's stuck underneath the tower. Karloy, can he really pull this off? I think miracle might happen. 40 of Karloy. Oh, the blue zone. He becomes his undoing. And Icon sneaks the Booyah away. But it was could have been a complete disaster for Icon.
What a sloppy final circle for all of the teams. And Icon almost got caught off guard, all thanks to Karloy. Bloodyhead smart play, staying hidden away and nobody focusing to take him out initially, mainly because Icon ran out of those grenades already. They already flushed out multiple teams with some of those grenades wasted in the process as well, and they weren't able to make good use of it in that final circle. But lucky for them, they had the game of numbers to play around with Husky, and they managed to come up on top. If they didn't have the numbers with a low number of lethals in hand as well, that could have been quite deadly for that Icon squad, but they took this round all the way.
Honestly, I feel really bad for EWG because the last guy, his biggest enemy wasn't the blue zone, wasn't Icon, nor Bloody Hit. It was that damn watchtower. He got caught at the base of it. He ran into a pillar and he died.
It happens, Husky. Sometimes it just happens, you know. It's the map is against you. It's not everyone else. It's just the map. But I think that was such an exciting way to end the game because it's very uncharacteristic for Free Fire, where you've got essentially two players from two different teams working together to try and eliminate the other side that's got two players, right? It was a game of ring around the rosy. Mantai doing such a good job with his footwork, the glue walls, just preventing those openings from Icon, but it just wasn't enough, right? I think it also came down to whether or not Kalo could get the hits onto Icon, but he just wasn't able to really finish the job off, right? So it's just, if those bullets landed, we could have ended up with a completely different final zone, but here we go, right? We saw poor Mantai getting taken out, and then Kalo, he just couldn't get that hit in, you know? If he got that kill onto Eddie, it would have been the booyah. So close. But here's the overall stats for the game that we just witnessed. 58 kills across that match, 34,000, almost 35,000 damage, 12 revives, and I think the most notable revive being, I guess maybe it was kind of notable, it was Geek Fam, right? We saw Geek Fam almost getting completely eliminated, but then the entire team came back and they were able to survive for that little bit longer. 72 knockdown, 37 headshots. It was a bit of a slow way to open up the series as well for A versus C, but Kalahari, what can you do? Bit of a slow one.
It is. In fact, I think, you know, coming into this match, we even, you know, talked about how we want to see teams like Icon stepped up. Guess what? They delivered, right? I believe they got Booyah and 15, 16 kills in total.
Something like that.
Was a bit sloppy towards the end, you know, that could have gone horrendous. We see, you know, 1-2 matches where the team that performs super well just trips at the finishing line, but this is another round where a team got majority of the kills in the lobby and ended up winning the entire round.
So is this just going to be the trend now? Whoever gets the most kills going to generally be the team to claim that booyah? Maybe, as we take a look very quickly at our MVP for the round. It is Man from Icon. 7 kills to his name, 2,000 damage for this round, and 1,013 damage for his ACS. Sorry, AJ, continue.
Now, I was going to say, I highly doubt that just because you take the, the massive number of kills, you're going to be able to get the booyah. And we saw that out of Axis Esports in that round number 2, right? They almost got there, but just couldn't get all the way through. But it is all about how some of the teams that have been inconsistent so far are really stepping up to the plate. And just like what AB Radicals did with that previous matchup where they bagged a massive 33 points, we now see Icon doing a similar run as well in terms of dominance. And they're going to be able to hop up quite a number of spots. In fact, with this particular maneuver where they've bagged more than 20 points already, I expect them to catch up with AB Radicals. And by the end of the next 2 matches, I expect both of these 2 teams to be competing with Axis and Farang up top on that leaderboard, close to 60 points already. I like the approach from all of the teams so far, but I'm just wondering, when are we going to start seeing these teams pop off consistently? Because that's one of the hardest things to ask. What we've got is a conglomeration of mighty teams in this competition. Anybody can pop off, and it all downs to a little bit of luck at the end of the day as well as to who you come across on that battlefield.
Yeah, and I think that kind of plays is a huge factor of what influences how these teams get to advance in the match, right? And due to the fact that you don't know who you're going up against, the fact that some of these teams are willing to take that initiative anyway, especially in this case Icon, that does help because I do think that this formula, this format is a bit better than what we've seen previously, where you know who you're up against. And I just want to reiterate it again, where if you know who you're up against, sometimes we see teams give too much respect to their enemies, right? And that results in hesitation. But right now, if you see any enemy, they're just a basic model. You fight them, you wouldn't even know if you've taken out teams like Sem9 or AB Radicals until the end of the game.
Yeah, it's like you're giving everyone a fair chance to play their best. Yeah, I do like the way that the tournament format is in general, just because imagine you could tell who everyone was. I think you'd be seeing a lot of teams either just backing out, teams that are bailing, teams that are sacrificing players and saying like, okay, take this dude, we're going to revive him somewhere else, you just let the rest of us go. You can see all kinds of crazy shenanigans. But let's take a look very quickly at the current standings for match number 6. Icon, not only did they get the booyah, but with 16 kills to their name, they'll be able to climb up that leaderboard with 28 points. Second place is Orange, but they only take home 15. Most of these points are going to be going towards Icon. AB Radicals, though they didn't end up in our top 2, they will still take home 14 points for this round. Pando EWG with 13 points, Bloodyhead with 12, and Expand in 6th place with 9 points. So very top heavy for this round with, surprise, Sem9, no points at all. This is a bit of a shocker for a team with so many reputable players on this squad.
This is a GG, man. I mean, AB Radicals continues to climb up the leaderboard, and I believe Icon, with their iconic performance in the previous round, has managed to even overtake Anxiety on the overall leaderboard. That's insane. What AB Radicals pulled off in the previous matchup and what Icon has done now has been more than enough to outdo all of their non-performing rounds, and they're not going to be one of those that struggle. But I'm happy to see Orange Esports finally waking up, man. Icon, 15 spot to 4th. These guys equaling up with AB Radicals in points. These 2 teams are definitely going to fight Farang and Axis now.
Guys, I'm going to be completely honest, okay? A lot of the teams that are sitting in top 5, they were not in my book. Maybe Farang, okay? Maybe Farang. We had expectations for Farang, but Axis in first place? No. AB Radicals and Icon and even Anxiety in where they are right now. I mean, come on. Who would have guessed that these teams would be where they are right now? I think there's a lot of people watching right now with their mouths open, and we still have 2 more games to go.
Icon is probably kind of the more
surprise.
Yeah, the biggest surprise, right?
Yeah.
I think followed by
Totally
ORV
agree.
X-Men. But ORV X-Men, they're tied with Pando EWG, so that is kind of still justifiable. But for Icon, it's a good breakout round. And this is where we go back to the age-old conversation of can they keep this up? If it's not, then by the end of the day, we will probably forget about Icon ever being in fourth place.
I have to agree with you, Husky, because in the top 5, the only team that sticks out like a sore thumb that I did not really expect to see up in the top 5 is Icon. And, their previous round was shocking, but if they can keep it up, they will be even more shocking, right? Because we talked about how we can't really compare the past performances in the previous competition with this because you don't know exactly what happens in that downtime.
Exactly.
You're going to go through different coaches, we're going to go through different training regimes, and maybe Icon has just gotten the job done right this time around to be well prepared for MCPS Season 4, and it's good on them. I mean, this is one of the most important platforms to perform on, and if you can chug out the performance, good on you.
Yep. It's just the biggest fear that I keep saying this. It's always the case of, is it just a team that are the day one wonders? Where you do fantastic on day one because there's a lack of information, teams aren't fully educated on everyone's general playstyle, drop zones, playstyles, yada yada yada. And then teams adapt, and you could tell there are going to be some teams that are going to fall behind, right? Because they can't adapt as quickly as the competition. Now, we are going to jump into Game 7 here for Group A versus C, and we're going to be cycling back to Bermuda. So it's our second last game of the day before we finalize with our Kalahari matchup. As much as I want to say I want to make a prediction, I don't think I can. Like, it's just too chaotic to see A versus C. There's no one that you can 100% say is going to win this round. And I think, of course, we do have our favorite horses in this race. You know what? Screw it. Who's your favorite team that's going to be winning this next matchup? I think we do have favorites, right? As casters, we try to be as non-biased as possible, but who are you cheering for this round?
Oh boy. I don't know. I still think that AV Radicals and Expand has a
the Farm
is not playing. I have to pick someone else to go for. But yeah, I'm still sticking with Expand and AV Radicals. I think compared to the Group A teams, my stance is still the same. I think Group C so far just perform a little bit better than Group A.
Yeah, I, on the other hand, don't have a favorite just yet. I still want to see these teams check out their best of performances. Maybe after day 2 or 3, I'll be able to pick a favorite out depending on how their strategy is in that final circle. I loved what Axis was doing earlier on. And although I like what AB and Icon did in the past 2 rounds, they haven't been consistent at all. So my bet is going to be on Axpan at the very moment. But Danny, we'll catch up with you in a little bit. This time around, we go right back to Bermuda, Husky.
Yeah. I'm just very grateful that none of us are those kind that goes, oh, my favorite team is the team that's currently winning.
You can win now. It doesn't mean you're going to win the league, bro.
Yeah, I'll just follow the team that is winning every single round so that I never lose. Blacklist actually, I believe, dropped in with only 3 members. Not that it would matter in a bit though, because Icon are already mopping the floor with them. Zen, first one to go. And again, it's Icon starting it off on a decent note.
Yeah, this one I feel bad for Danny because she thought that, Blacklist International was going to be able to pop off. But I say, man, it's those old fingers, You gotta bring some young blood into the ranks of Blacklist International. And I feel like that's what they did with their previous group. But what they, I guess, did not anticipate was dealing with the young blood, because it's such a different conversation, right? You deal with someone like Mr. D, who has a lot of experience in the world of games, has a lot of experience in the world of esports, running his own teams as well. That conversation gets a little bit easier. It's just a whole different ball game when you're speaking to kids and trying to convince them what's the best for their future. So it's a different, complexion altogether for the Blacklist International brand this time around in Free Fire. Let's see how it well suits them. For the time being, doesn't seem to be doing all that too great, especially with this round where you're undernumbered and you hop on in for a quick fight against a team like Icon, who's on fire from the previous round.
Yeah, and I think, on top of that, Blacklist isn't a team that, is known for playing fast, right? They're not really comfortable with playing a very fast-paced game. And that's what a lot of teams are doing, right? AV Radicals is one of them. Expand, multi-talented, multifaceted. And then you get to Blacklist International. You wanted to play fast? They can, but you also start to see a lot of those cracks, in their playstyle where you can easily exploit them. They get they get punished very easily, and that has been a recurring theme before they were even in Blacklist International. Back when they were auto knockout, back then when they were Sem 9 at one point, it has been the same story.
But Geek Fam, as they engage with Bloody Head out there in the open battlefield, this just brings me flashbacks of old, man.
True.
This was the team that continuously tortured the players of Geek Fam, although Geek Fam was dominating the league back then. I guess what, MCP Major Season 1, Husky?
It was,
and
all the way back.
Yeah, it brings us right back to those moments.
I think across, the 2 years up to this point, Bloody Head has never really stopped being the kryptonite of Geek Fam.
Yeah.
For some reason, right? For some reason, like Geek Fam can have the most amazing players and still lose the Bloody Head. But that was a sick shot from afar from wide. That completely clipped the members of Semnai. And he just goes close range. You give him any gun and he gets the work done. That's 2 down on the side of Semnai. Man 04 is a confirmed kill.
Dynamo versus Orin. This is going to be a big one, but he knows Orin's position. And Orin pulls out the Woodpecker. Glue wall as well. Can respond. Dynamo now out in the open. 4 glue walls to work around with. Needs to be extremely careful, but Retus gives him that backup. And Orin down on the ground. It looks like Sem9 about to be toast out there on the battlefield in the hands of AV Radicals, who are super aggressive this time round. I'll bring out my flag this time, boy. Stake it on your dead body.
Oh boy, AV Radicals, such a good opening, right? I mean, Sem9 not prepared for that at all. You can't really blame them. I mean, Y started off, initial knockdown, and goes onto, I believe, what, Phoenix? And goes close range. Not that it mattered at this point, because Sem9 just got wiped. A very rare occasion where you see this team just being completely unprepared for any engagement. And AV Radicals took advantage of that, and they took it to the max.
You know, one of the main things that these teams need is a good coach on their side. I don't know if Sem9 has that acquired already for their Free Fire squad, but it has to be something that the team focuses on sorting out. Yeah. Icon, on the other hand, phenomenal in terms of the previous performance. Starts things off hot this time as well, just with that one slay. But they can't, push their luck just because they had a breakout round. Because if you compare some of the other rounds they jumped into, they have been a little, weak in showing. SAF, on the other hand, great showing against the players of Toda. It's a one trade so far from the side of Toda. Pedro now shows himself up. Yadop has got the perfect shotgun in hand to get the job done. Chill, M1887 in their hands, and he dances around those glue walls. Pedro shuts down Yadop. Chill with the opportunity to help him out as well, and he does exactly that. Toda trades one back successfully.
Good movement from Chill and Pedro. They don't finally getting finished off. Let's go. We'll kind of pay it back. And at the end of the day, Toda not able to stand up against the overwhelming odds of SAF. And SAF gets a clean 4 for nothing.
I am shocked that Toda is bombing out in this fashion. I mean, yes, granted against SAF. SAF is a very strong team. But, I expect Toda to be able to rule some of these rounds as well as circles as well. The organization really needs to look into this because you have on your lineup some of the best players in Malaysia on your side. And yet, this is the performance. It's a little unacceptable. They have to get down to the bottom of it, or the organization as a whole is going to bomb out in the exact same way they bombed out at the grand finals of the Free Fire Challengers series, right? Eastern Wolves gang, this was one of the team that did not perform all that too well in the group stage, but when it came to the Challenger Series grand finals, they performed phenomenally well.
They definitely did. And I think, this is kind of the worry as well, right? Like you don't really know if you're going to get that version in the grand finals. And most importantly is to expect, a team to kind of go for the 180 turn when we progress into kind of the bigger league, it's kind of a dyro as well, because you don't get much break to realign that mental, and very little teams have been able to do it. Though EWG and Orange are a very good example of that exception, but aside from that, most teams, they just crumble and they fall all the way down to the bottom.
Crumbling all the way down to the bottom might not be the best of things to happen to you in a competition, but, in multiple rounds, that's the saving grace for you. A bad round in this game might not necessarily have to be the result of the next What it depends on is some of the strategy that you execute out there on the battlefield, matched with great mechanical skills. Mechanical skills you build, way before the competition. Strategy is something that you build before and during the matchup in itself. It's a game of RNG at the end of the day when you hit battle royales. The circle drags you all across the map. You have to deal with multiple teams in multiple compounds, but you have to be aware to a certain degree what team might you potentially encounter at a certain compound, and then try to study their strategy and play your counter strats as well. You might not be able to get those calls 100% correct all the time, but it will help you getting the upper hand on some of these teams out there on the battlefield. Expand is one of the squads that does a lot of homework before hitting the battlefield, and I feel like them taking over this compound from Blacklist International is so well structured, right? They're not rushing on in one by one. They take away at the HP at all of those players as well. Miro taken down already, 4v3. They're still not getting excited, Husky.
Yeah, Miro was taken down by the hands of Icon at the start of the round. So Blacklist International already off to a disadvantage. You see Expand, they're not rushing this. Just like you said, AJ, a very patient team. And this is where we might see kind of the chink in the armors of Blacklist International. Can they play as fast as Expand? This glue wall is perfectly done by both Newbie and Cobra, but things are about to get heated too fast. Having his eyes on the Zen OP, and here comes the Nate getting knocked too fast, getting the initial knockdown. Newbie challenge as well. Does win that one. Does lose that one. Now, of course, Cobra is a stronger member, and Blacklist International just could not hold their ground. Kind of what we expected when they went up against Expand, and Expand showed us exactly why Blacklist isn't the team to watch out for.
The baby Cobra is now a King Cobra in the Expand squad. And the guy's just absolutely lethal when you put him in those close quarters combat. We used to see him run the field with the double vectors, but the current meta calls for the Mag 7 or the Charge Buster, and he rules the map with his Mag 7. Fantastic approach, and that execution was great as well. But AV Radicals now, they don't really need to aggress on forth towards the edge of the circle where Eastern Wolfsgang and the players of Geek Fam are at, alongside Bloody Head. All they need to do is just stay a little patient and then play the vultures in a little bit. Long range engagement. Manchai bleeds out as Morgana takes that perfect hit against him with that Car 98. Morgana moves on in. Jay-Z trying to respond with a few fires right back, but finds nobody.
And Bloody Head, they are steadily advancing EWG. I feel like they might be pressured to fight this though, to go up against Bloody Head, just to stop them from getting through, because Geek Fam is behind them. And see Bloody Head just making sure that the bottom of the bridge is unoccupied. Morgana, he's waiting for the utility to come back up as well. This slow and steady advance of Bloody Head is becoming a big threat for EWG.
Apis took out Thanamo, and Ritus brought him back immediately. I like that play coming through from AV Radicals. Eastern Wolfsgang, they just get circled around by Bloody Heads, but the backstab out of Monito, something that Bloody Heads was not expecting. Monito's positioning, but now he's caught out. He gave away that information prematurely. Morgana moves on in for that sweep, and Pando EWG taken out in the 9th spot. Bloody Head still alive and kicking, and AV Radicals, this was the team highlighted moments ago, where they brought their team member right back into the mix. Now they have an opportunity to shut down Geek Fam, but they have to play this game of patience whilst they wait for Ramiel to jump back in as well. But if Ramiel can get back just in time as they knock out these two players from the side of Geek Fam, he can loot up all of those loot boxes and continue into the next circle undisturbed by that earlier takedown.
AV Radicals, they did get challenged just temporarily, but able to bring both Ramiel and Ritus back. Now the problem is that those two members, they don't really have weapons yet, so Tanamo and Y will have to hold the fort for as long as possible. Geek Fam kind of seeing that as an opportunity to make a move. One of them is actually inside the containers, and Tanamo very, very much perched up on top, but they don't have much time with Bloody Head coming in and slowly advancing onto them. And Ritu, oh, he has eyes on Hazik. This should be a very easy knockout. Ritu just gotta line his shots though. Not really making that happen. Now has to expand the time turner to keep himself alive, and he might end up as shark bait at this point. But thanks to Bloody Head, we're able to shut down Hazik, and Apis also not in a good spot. AV Radical should be able to make it out of this.
And AV Radicals, they are risking engagement with Bloody Head prematurely, and Raviel manages to find Apis. Yeah, man. Apis just walks right into that one, and AV Radicals pick up the kill very, very thankfully with a huge smile on their faces. Orange Esports, on the other hand, are getting their front stormed up by the players of SAF and the Supreme Assault forces. They will bring in the Supreme Assault. On the other hand, we see the players of AV Radicals potentially getting into an engagement with Anxiety. Parent dropped by the player of Anxiety as well. McDo takes the high ground advantage. McRory as well. They play all of that pressure against Icon, the ones who are sitting ducks right in front of them, who need to get into the next circle.
SAF's starting to shower Icon with grenades. 4 Eyes just got brought back up, now goes down. Axel, just such a close one against McRory. Trying to get the drop onto SAF, but not able to really kind of go through with it. Let's see what is the plan for Expando. Cobra again leading the charge. We've seen this a lot of times where Cobra, the fearless beast, is about to take on SAF head on with Exo. This is such a good angle. I don't think SAF can clear it up. Not with Cobra about to rush into their face, and Cobra with the charge buster in hand. He just takes out 2 members of SAF in a blink of an eye, and yet though he's caught by the member of Icon down under the bridge, and SAF suddenly gets the tables turned against them.
This was the conversation about the Axel that is put into perfect example for everybody to witness. The angles that he holds on to as the rest of his team members move on in for the push. Once again, he sees Wine and Ritus getting taken down from afar, all thanks to the pressure that he plays. And now, the players on the side of Expand should be able to make quick work of the raging AV Radicals. Cobra, Charge Buster, busts out Ritus and a hole in his chest. Tanamo taken down as well. Groza picked up by the one and only Cobra, and he just got his thing even crazier out there on the battlefield. AV Radicals stood no chance against Expand.
Not against that angle. And Axel even snipes there.
Wow!
At this point, I don't even know where Axel is. We caught a glimpse of him.
Behind the tree.
Yeah, I know he's behind the tree, but which tree? Well, he changed position. But yeah, I mean, no one knew where he was at this point. Axel, look at how far he is.
Yeah, he's still playing that off angle as opposed to the rest of his team members. And that's going to be that one confusing factor that puts Expand up on top. And it looks like your prediction alongside mine is going to come through here. All thanks to the Axel and the perfect angles. Cobra on for the strike. Man taken out before he could even respond to Cobra's approach. 2 more teams left. Bloody Head in the circle or at the very edge of that very next circle. But they're waiting for Expand to show themselves. Both teams playing this tactically, but Cobra spotted them already.
I don't think Bloody Head can move in. Not with Axel holding that spot. He is keeping Bloody Head at bay. And at the same time, he's creating space for the rest of Expand to move in, right? The moment Bloody Head leaves his compound, it's all glue wall. It's a glue wall galore at this point.
Yeah.
Whoever runs out of glue wall first is going to go down. But I feel like even with extra glue walls, Bloody Head is at a disadvantage. And Exo, he's already got Morgana. And it's go time, baby. Expand going in for the booyah for sure. I don't think Bloody Head can stand up to this. Blue wall's being set up. Cobra leading the charge again. Charge buster in hand. Turns the corner. 180 onto Void Face. And that's going to be the end of Bloody Head unless they pull a Miracle. But Miracle has its limitations. And Expand gets the booyah.
Expand just expanded some of their command in the matchup. And they are now fighting for that #1 spot. 41 points they picked up earlier on. Now they add on 12 from the booyah and a massive number of kills to their side as well. More than enough to replace Farang in that second place. I'm just curious whether it was enough to even replace Axis Esports, who have no response whatsoever. And you're right, Axel. You pointed your name, boy. This is my MVP for this match.
If production doesn't show Axel as the MVP, I will have a negative comment for the postmortem.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just sad that Cobra is not with the rest of his team. You know, he's just chilling alone in his room. Nonetheless, this is an Expand highlight reel. I think they did perfect. They had in the confrontations where it was very up close and personal. They had you know, all these angles they need to control. They mowed through both Anxiety and AV Radicals consecutive back-to-back and still didn't drop a beat.
And you know, the thing that I love the most about the Expand squad is the fact that it just goes to prove that strategy wins over mechanical capability. AV Radicals, they usually boast their mechanical capability out there on the battlefield, just running through teams, busting them open one after the other. If it wasn't for that off angle held on by the Axel, AV Radicals would have been able to do exactly that against Expand. And he was the playmaker. He was the one able to keep the other teams from rushing his squad. And he was the one who could watch over them like a guardian angel as they rushed into compound after compound. I love it. And if there's one thing that I want to see in the competition is the fact that we pick some of the MVPs based on fantastic plays like this and just not purely on stats, right? Although I understand exactly why some of the MVPs are picked up on stats, I feel personally it's the Axel's gameplay in here.
Oh, it is.
Oh boy,
there's no doubt.
yes. If anything, I'm impressed that Expand were able to get their second booyah of the day, right? So
What?
this
Why?
is this.
You're surprised?
I'm surprised because I mean, to be fair, right? I knew that this was going to be a really hard group.
Yes.
So if they didn't get that second booyah, then fine. I think it would have been completely acceptable. So for me, I'm surprised that they were able to overcome the competition and get that booyah. So firstly, I know some of you are happy because, you know, Husky's Expand fan. I know, AJ, you are somewhat an Expand fan as well. So
Somewhat? I think I'm their biggest fan in here, you know.
You're the biggest fan. I mean, Husky seems to beat you to it every time.
That's arguable. A little arguable, but it's okay. I'll let that one slide.
All right. Fair. But I mean, we can already tell that Expand, they're going to be a promising team that we do need to watch out for. We know the players, they've proven track records in the past, them together. It kind of just makes sense that they're going to be able to put something together. So Expand is going to be a team to look out for. Do you think that by the end of today, Expand might be able to take that first place away?
Yes.
Amen.
Very possible, honestly.
Amen.
But is it going to be Expand, right? Like, that's the big question. Is it going to be Expand to take first place, or is someone else going to come out from the woodworks and just swipe it from them?
I think Expand, they don't even need like a monstrous round, right? They just need a solid round with decent points, and they can take away the first place. Because I think this round itself almost bagged them an extra 30 points, and that's gonna put them very close to Axis.
Yeah.
No, it's not Axel. Come on. I know Cobra is a
Understandable.
great player. Yeah. But
Sorry, I think this is just we gotta pay some
most
respect
valuable
to Cobra.
player. You know, this is arguable, right? Because when you look at the most valuable player, in essence, yes, Cobra did give many points to the side of Expand, but Axel made it possible for Cobra to be that aggressive, slithering snake out there on the battlefield. Yes, this guy is venomous, but that venom wouldn't have even been able to reach their opponents without Axel.
I think it's kind of the talk about like the enabler and the executor, right? Like someone needs to let Cobra do his thing, and that was one of the more minor weaknesses that we've seen when Cobra was still baby Argon and Blacks International. That there's no one that significantly enables him. Sure, that time we have Man Flank, but Man Flank is also a madman that runs in with Cobra. Right? You don't really have that long range, that solid long range support. And now with Axel in the fray, I think that really gives Cobra so much more confidence to go for these plays.
Yeah. Here is the final MVP score here for Expand for this matchup, right? There's 16 kills. What?
16 kills means they got just enough points to replace Axis Esports in that #1 spot.
Ooh, I actually want to see that myself. Okay, wait, we got to see first, because you also have to take into consideration the point distribution for the other teams and see maybe they're tied with somebody, but I think most likely, AJ, you're probably correct here, right? Expand likely going to be in first place. But we still have one more game after this, so we're not done.
Yeah.
We've still got potentially another round, and I hate to say this, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but next round, for all we know, Expand might have a bad game. There's always going to be that possibility. I'm being a realist, okay? I'm being the realist.
You're still hopeful that Blacklist would make something happen, right?
No, I've given up on them today.
That was fast.
Great.
That was very fast.
Look,
Oh my God, guys.
I don't tend to have a horse in the race until halfway through the season. Anyway.
I don't know how they did this, man. Expand. Even before getting to that final matchup, they've taken that #1 spot. But we must see decent performance from them, and they must hope and pray that AV Radicals does not have a one-up on them in a massive manner in that final round, because AV Radicals themselves have now climbed up and are now competing with Farang for that first and second spot, the second and third spot. So it's all depending as to how many kills each side has and who gets the tiebreaker between them. But, we're getting exactly what we wanted. I wanted this competition to be super close by the end of the day, to not see one team kind of rip away all of the victories. And that's exactly what we've got on our hands here. And I love it.
I think we also need to consider Icon as well. I mean, they just got 9 points this round, but I think Icon's kind of in that race to maybe even get first place as well. Because we did see Icon have their own outstanding round. But here we go. Here is the overall standing. Expand are 1 point over Axis Esports and are now sitting in first place. So Expand fans going to be super happy with this.
Yeah.
But in third place, you have AV Radicals with 60 points. So very doable for them to maybe swipe away Expand's first place if two things happen. Firstly, AV Radicals have a fantastic game, or at least they get more points than Expand, and Expand have a terrible game. I think you have to have a bad game if you're Expand to drop below AV Radicals.
I don't know why you're manifesting this bad play for Expand, but you gotta stop it, yo. I want them to climb up.
Okay, here's the thing. So good news, I'm not the one that manifests bad luck. That's Husky's job, okay? So I'm just stating the possibilities.
That has not happened.
Icon I think Icon has to be in this race as well. They're much further away from Expand, but I think if Icon have a amazing game, and this is also taking into consideration if Expand do absolutely terribly, then Icon is also another team to consider. But that's a bit of a stretch. It's more likely for AV Radicals to steal away that first place.
It is. I think, just number-wise, AV Radicals is kind of like the talk of the town right now, right? Between them and Expand. Sure, Icon has a chance, but I think it's slightly lower compared to Expand and AV Radicals. And aside from that, I don't think there's anyone that can contend first place right now except for these three teams.
Who are these three teams?
AV Radicals, Expand, they're already in first place, and Icon. I think Icon is the closest one after AV Radicals.
Oh, so you're also considering Icon. Okay.
Yeah, I include Icon in the race. I think there's a chance for them realistically, but beyond that, I don't think any of these teams would have enough points to overtake Expand by the end of this.
Yeah. Before we jump into our last game of the day, though, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, this is our giveaway code for the day. Now, just a reminder, this is one code for today. It's not, we've shown this 3 times. It's not 3 codes. Three. Not 3 codes, it's 1 code. We've just shown it multiple times in case anyone missed out on this giveaway code. So make sure you claim it. It's going to expire at the end of today, and this is not a limited code. Anyone that claims the code is going to be able to get those goodies, so make sure you claim it now so you don't forget. And share it with your friends as well so that they're able to also claim those 2 Lively Beast Weapon loot crates. Do it now before you forget, okay? Never forget.
I just realized AJ's background is like so much more brighter than ours.
So is my future. I didn't mean it like that. I love you, bro. It's okay, Husky's signing off.
Dude, even production's scared. Okay, so we're going to jump into our last game of the day. Is this correct?
Yes, it's the last
game. Kalahari? It says Bermuda. I think it's Kalahari.
It is Kalahari.
It says Bermuda.
As
Okay,
long
this
as
might be a mistake.
As long as we don't have Holler in here calling it calamari, I'm all good. So as we hop on into the next matchup, I want to see exactly what the teams can bring into the fight, right? Because you guys are right, it has to be played at Kalahari, going by the map rotation so far, unless production wants to throw something different at us. This is a curveball. Haha, back-to-back Bermuda, which I highly doubt.
Very, very unlikely, yeah. But I think going into this last game, gentlemen, let's go throw our predictions into the wind. Who do you think is going to get the booyah?
Oh, Expand. At this point, I'm on the Expand hype train. So very, very solid so far, right? Even let's put aside the fact that they might not be this consistent for the rest of the league. The fact that they showed up huge on the first day is convincing enough that for at least this last match, they will put up a good show.
Yeah. And on that note, Danny, I have to thank you for being with us. We will catch up with you a little bit after we wrap this match up.
Right. Have fun with this match, AJ.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Danny. You know, a little bit of a... Yeah, I know. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm not going to say it just yet in the competition. I'll keep that bit for a little bit later on once Expand proves themselves so that the statement can have a little bit more impact. But I'll bring you guys the juice. I'll bring you guys all of the juicy details much later down the competition. But keep an eye on Expand. That's what I want you guys to do. But if there's one thing that I'm not comfortable with, Husky, is the fact that Expand joined the competition with the roster of only 4 players. No backup whatsoever. And I hope and pray that doesn't become the Achilles heels by the time we get to the end of the competition, because you really cannot kind of, you know, figure out some of these moments and situations. You can't foresee what's going to happen. And if one of your players can't play on that day, you're going to be nerfed.
Yeah. I just want to say that Expand hot drop bloody hit again. Command post, and they just took out 3 of their members. On the other, in another story, you know, AV Radicals is doing numbers on Icon. This is exactly what happened when we saw Kalahari, you know, 2 rounds before, and we're getting the exact same results. Icon getting wiped out by AV Radicals, but bloody hit suddenly wiped out by Expand to kick things off.
Yep, and Icon's not going to have that back-to-back. AV Radicals potentially might be the ones who challenge Expand for that #1 spot. Thanamo down on the ground, and one final fight by Man, but Ritu snuffs him out. Fantastic play by both the players of AV Radicals as well as Expand, the 2 that we're looking to conquer the leaderboard by the end of the day. SAF, they have a knack of getting into that final circle as well. Once again, they face off against M9 at this compound. This is Stone Ridge and Fikri already down and out of the equation. A guy who can mostly play those long-range engagements, so no surprise at all that he was one of the first few to get dropped in here.
And Semnai once more challenged by SAF, but you know, contrary to the last time they met here, Semnai didn't get just completely mopped by SAF. They were able to trade 1-for-1, and let's go. Oh, broke his ankles on the way down.
Thankfully, it's just his ankle and not his head. It would be quite unfortunate if that was the case. But I really like the fact that Expand hot dropped Bloody Head. Not because I like the fact that Bloody Head bombed out super early. You know, I'm a huge fanboy of the players of Bloody Head. But what I like is the fact that this is a strategized approach towards the compound of Bloody Head. They are picking up guaranteed points for themselves because they know they've got that combat ability and the engagement capability inside of command posts, especially against a team like Bloody Head. And they're making full use of that information. They know Bloody Head will show up at command posts, and they take that hot drop against them. But what you cannot guarantee is the loot that you get, which is why you have to default back to think, is my mechanical capability or my mechanical skills enough to overcome a team like Bloody Head? 2 back-to-back rounds, they tell us the answer is going to be hell yes. And they've managed to pick up those 4 points that they initially forced off as well. Sem9, on the other hand, actually putting up a strong fight against SAF once they had lost Fikri already. And this now suddenly is starting to turn around. Let's go playing a game of cat and mouse with the rest of the teams in here. The question is, where is McDo?
I think he's already gone. Probably waiting at a buy point right now to get the rest of his team back. Because there's no reason for him to stay with Let's Go. Realistically, this fight is already over before it even begun. Sem9 is trying to pick up the last few pieces. Let's go! Get challenged! Whew. We took out Mano for at least before he goes down. Still alive and kicking though. Like he is... Yeah, he's making Sem9 work for it. Finally caught up in the open. And just to quickly, you know, add to the point about Bloody Head and Command Post and Expand. This is the first time that Bloody Head gets challenged at Command Post and actually loses. Because teams that have done it before will get wiped by Bloody Head and they never do it again.
Yeah.
But I think this might shake things up a bit, right? Because if Bloody Head can't feel safe on that default drop spot that they've taken control for 2 years, then it's going to make it so much more interesting. AV Radicals, on the other hand, dropping members to EWG.
AV Radicals might be able to secure this. It's a 3v2. They've got the advantage in numbers, but high ground advantage held on by Jay-Z. AC-80 in hand. Just needs to get the double shot onto Ramiel, who plays it so smartly behind the containers, not wasting a single glue wall on his side. But the time turner was forced out. And now, as Jay-Z wastes a little bit more time, Tua too far away to respond. Wine drops behind Jay-Z. Jay-Z has the Mac-10. Wine only has a secondary. Jay-Z should be able to get this off of guard. And Wine just sneaks around behind the tent door, still alive. Tagging up Jay-Z, 39 HP left. And Wine doing wonders against the one and only Jay-Z. 2v1. Jay-Z still standing. Mac-10 still popping off. Wine running circles against him. And Jay-Z finally puts him down onto the ground, but the rest of the backup is already there. Dynamo snipes him from afar.
Yeah, Jay-Z really making Wine run circles, and thankfully, AV Radicals were able to put that to a stop. No more fun in games for EWG. 8 kills so far for AV Radicals. Insane opening. We're like, 5, almost only 6 minutes in, and they've already gotten, 8 kills for themselves.
Let's see what can Anxiety do here as Orange Esports storms their front and catches one of their team members off guard. Baron is still alive. Jabbat's down in HP already. Anxiety can't really aggress on fourth. Baron has the high ground advantage, but not really the great gun to engage mid-range. Mag 7, preferably CQCs, or what's going to get you up to the top. But let's see the setup of Anxiety. Playing the game of chance here, hoping and praying for the players of Orange Esports to hop on off. But Fura says hello out of nowhere. Manages to use the grappling hook, gets up top, snuffs out Baron, and Orange Esports never saw that coming.
Yes, as quick as a thief in the night. Anxiety staying pretty solid in this game, but unfortunately they did have to suffer a loss very early on. Not really what they were looking for, but at least now they get some breathing space, right? There's a revival point nearby. They can bring Kanoho back if they want to. Chessman, of course, is going to aim to go on top of that tower just to get that vantage point. His comfort zone, nested on top of a high altitude, being able to snipe their enemies from afar. Kanoho brought back by the revival point.
Expand 4 kills in already, and they haven't really expanded their territory up, further out from command post, which is something that I really like. Just spend your time, loot up the whole compound after you're done and dusted with the team that's already in there, and focus on preparing for that final battle. And as you can see, although the loots aren't all aplenty at the side of Expand, it's more than good enough for one good full-on 4v4 engagement against another strong squad. But it's all about that process of looting up whoever they drop and moving on into the next compound. And there's a huge potential for them to come across Toda, but they are going to be a little bit luckier if Geek Fam engages with Toda first for them to vulture on. So it's about a game of timing here. Who gets to Toda first might be the unlucky ones.
See how that unfolds. There is some downtime before anything happens. Expand getting pressured by Blacklist International though. We did see that initial knockdown. But thankfully they do have, again, that low ground to work with. They have a lot of cover. So these knockdowns will not hurt Expand as much as Blacklist would have liked. But of course, we see Blacklist taking over a part of that refinery. That's going to give them a lot of room for error. Cobra responding in kind. Roy still on the ground. They actually cannot. Well, they were able to get to him eventually.
Yeah.
Expand, holding the perimeter of their compound.
Geek Fam, on the other hand, getting caught out in the open. Totally not going the way of Geek Fam today, man. I mean, they thought that they brought their OP team right back in, at least some of their players, and they wanted to climb right back up the leaderboard, but it's proving to be one of the more difficult things out there. Consistency by some of the top players isn't really going to be seen in the ranks of Geek Fam, at least not yet. We're expecting Hasek to rise up to the occasion eventually alongside our peers. And if that doesn't happen anytime soon, it's going to be game over for the Geek Fam brand. Blacklist International repositions towards the left-hand side. They're not aggressing on fourth. Geek Fam will continue to take that soft engagement against the players of Toda. The circle pushing everyone in, and this is still 10 teams left alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. It's going to be a wild party in a few moments, Husky, once we reach the 10 to 11 minute mark.
Absolutely. One of the rounds that we still see Sem9 kicking and not bombing out early on. So this is a round where Sem9 can kind of turn the narrative around a bit in their favor. Right? Last time they were here on this wrecked ship at Santa Catarina, they got absolutely obliterated. But this time they won't be contested, or at least that's what I think. Apparently AV Radicals are hot on their heels.
McDo. I have to remember it's McDo and not McDo. McDo. That's exactly what our Filipino brothers and sisters call McDonald's over in their country. Man 04. Opportunity. As he turns around, Sem9 gets caught out in the open, and Orin just turns the tide against the one and only player from the side of AV. I'm sorry, it just kind of got blurred out, so I missed exactly who took him down out of the equation, but Sem9 trying to hold their fort. Fikri manages to trade out Wine. This is a 3v3. AV Radicals have got this job cut out for them, but they are outside of the circle, and Sem9's on the inside.
Can Tamo do this, though? He actually got tagged, so he needs some time to bring his health back up. Challenged by Phoenix. A good push. Another kill for the members of Sem9. Quad kill for Phoenix.
GG.
V2 also down in the red. And Geek Fam even chips in. Ray Meow getting sniped from afar. And Arlen picks up the final piece of the puzzle. Sem9 survives for a bit longer.
And Expand smiles a little bit wider. With the elimination of AV Radicals out there on the battlefield, not many are going to pose a threat to that #1 spot that Expand has, and they want to expand. They want to continuously expand their hold in this competition. Blacklist International want to make sure that they turn the tide for their own good, and they take out the one and only God Tommy from the side of Anxiety. Zen turns the corner sharply, but Spark out of nowhere, chipping in as well. Toda sticking their noses where it doesn't belong and breaking the defenses of Blacklist, helping Anxiety recover just a little bit.
Oh, so much time for Anxiety right now. Chessman just frantically patching himself up. Blacklist International looking for an angle. They want to get rid of Anxiety, who are living rent-free on top of that roof. And it is not going to be good news for Blacklist International, especially when they have to leave this compound. But you can say the same for Anxiety. They can't really move anywhere. Not when they're outnumbered like this.
Technically, if you ask me to stay on your roof and you expect me to pay rent, dude, I'll be such an angry man. Be so angry. This roof is so open, bro. There's no covers whatsoever. If it rains, and you know it rains a lot in Malaysia, right? If it rains, you're gonna get drenched. No mobile gaming up top there. Not much electricity connections as well. But jokes aside, Kanoho opportunity. Only damages the glue wall. Fire still alive and kicking McRory from the back. Off screen shuts down Tua. Ashura taken out by Chill. Toda still helping Anxiety out. That's the greatest thing about the defensive hold of Anxiety.
Dude, if Blacklist International gets knocked out right now, they are going to be so sad. And Anxiety, finally taste, the pain from Fires, was had enough of the shenanigans, but not able to finalize the kill. Blacklist International, even though being pressured by Toda, still have members to work with, but luck may run out pretty soon, because Expand, they're at the horizon, and they're about to potentially push into Blacklist International.
Who else is capable of replacing Expand at that #1 spot? AV Radicals stood a chance. Icon stood a chance. But Icon really needs to hustle. Icon needs to get 13 points more than whatever Expand picks up. And that's a huge mountain to climb and conquer. Expand has this pretty much in the bag already. Even if they play pure placement points and get that final engagement in the final circle, things will still go their way. Geek Fam being dropped one after the other. Although Geek Fam's not down and out of the competition just yet, Toda might just be able to break the hold of Expand and help Geek Fam rise back up to the top. This is going to be a big fight. What can Toda execute against the players of Expand? Their players are split up in 2 buildings, and this seems to be quite the sticky situation that Toda did not anticipate themselves to be stuck in.
I believe I saw EXO out in the open, though. Not really sure what the plan is going to be. Too Fast is also playing from afar as well. The members of Expand, They cover a lot of ground, but the numbers are spread thin. And Todak, they can't capitalize on this. You can see Too Fast, he's moving far away. Maybe joining EXO, who is finally moving in. But Blacks International, they're returning some fire against Todak.
Yeah.
And I feel like Expand are just waiting for the queue to kind of bust right in and to take out the members of Todak, because Blacks International are caught out in the blue zone where Expand can gatekeep them.
Strategy over mechanical capability. Expand has the mechanical capability to shut down Todak, but they are playing the game of time. They don't want to rush into their deaths. They are allowing Todak to get distracted against Blacklist International. They hear those gunshots, and the execution might come through in a little bit. Cobra from up top spots out Pedro. Pedro has the grenade launcher in hand, but now no way to hit the one and only player that's up top on that roof. Smart play by Cobra, and now Expand finally moving on in to sweep the players out, and Cobra up top, AC80 manages to catch the one player from the side of Blacklist who was going out for that open cross. One good grenade can do the deed. Too Fast doesn't have no grenade, but the grenade launcher in hand manages to knock down Spark down onto the ground. Cobra still can't play all of this pressure, and Expand going to town with the players of Todak.
So well done from Expand, Roy. There's knockdown, but there's only one member left. It's Pedro. Can you save the team once more? Pedro's not able to pull it through this time. Blacks International goes down. Pedro still alive. Expand, they need a bit of time to bring the members back up. Pedro, this guy is relentless. He has a blood loss. Hits on him Too Fast. And he's still in the game. Todak not out just yet. Expand, have they blew their chances? Exo and Cobra not looking too hard. Pedro, the savior of Todak. He's still alive. He's still kicking. The glimmer of hope that keeps Todak in play, now taking down to the blue zone and expires. But he came closer than he should have. Expand continues their run.
Expand, I believe, have gotten the deed done already, no matter how much these teams, Anxiety, Geek Fam, do, as opposed to what Expand has already pulled out in this matchup. They should be able to hold on to the #1 spot. And Geek Fam, with the final player left in the mix, trying to hold off all of the other players from the angle. That high ground advantage by Yasta, but Yasta hasn't really proved himself as a supreme player in the competition so far. So I'm not going to bet all of my final dollar on him. Kanoho, this is that Mexican standoff, but Expand, they've got two players as opposed to Geek Fam or Anxiety. And what Expand can do is have one player look to the left, one player look to the right, and get that booyah to their side. And the circle leaves Yasta high and dry. Cobra goes in for that AC80 hit, gets one extra point to their side. Kanoho charge buster, but too far, brother. He pulls out the time turner. Cobra gets the final kill, and they slay with yet another booyah. 3 for the day. Expand has managed to conquer day 1.
A hat trick to close off the first day of the major, the debut of a new roster that has so much experience individually. The mixed bag, whatever you call them, Expand has made a huge mark today. And teams came close, but never close enough to end Expand. And this is such an amazing start for this roster. And when you understand the history of this team and how they came together, that makes the victory even more sweeter. And they have set the bar very, very high for the Season 4 of this MCPS Major.
Absolutely, sir. So this was the information I kind of held back from giving. I wanted them to achieve something big before saying it, because it proves whatever that I shared with the owner of the team of Expand, right? They approached me and they asked me a simple question. Can you coach this team? I asked a simple question right back. Who is in the squad of Expand? And when I saw this roster, the only response I had for the owner was, ma'am, there's no way in hell I'm going to coach these boys, because mechanically, they've got greater skills than me and they know exactly what to do out there on the battlefield. And the boys of Expand are proving that statement right. Day #1, they conquered it through and through. Mechanically, they are sound, but strategy-wise, that's always where I focus on. Expand has done their homework and they are taking everybody else, and they're asking a huge question now. Who can challenge our strategy? The answer for the very moment seems to be absolutely nobody. Danny, your thoughts on this dominating run by Expand today? She will let us know a little bit later on.
Yeah, she's probably still grieving over
There we go.
Blacklist not making it.
I was going to tell AJ, you know what, AJ? You should have said, yes, I will join the team, but the team has to coach me. Should have been your response.
What a big brain play by Danley.
No, stop. But no, realistically, these guys have done fantastic. They have had an amazing play day. I had my doubts because at first I thought, are these guys really good? But I think especially after the final 2 games today, yes, amazing. This is a team we need to look out for. They are easily going to make top 2, I think, at the end of the league stage, assuming, okay, we're just going to say it, assuming they can maintain that consistency, because again, it's still day 1. I think a lot of these teams are still cold. There are going to be other teams that do need to warm up a little bit, to have more knowledge before they can take on the entirety of this competition. But very quickly, let's take a look at our overall standings for our last game of the day. We had 11 revives, 23 rescues, 56 total kills. The highest kills is actually 4 going to Sam9's Phoenix. The total headshots was 52 and total damage 39, almost 40,000 damage. Is it just me or is this insanely high?
It's all right. It
seems high.
Honestly,
like
I'll give you my honest feedback, right? The overall stats throughout the whole match, I'm really not impressed by what all the teams collectively managed to achieve out there on the battlefield. I'm more interested on how the best teams have managed to put their stats out there onto the battlefield. So that's the kind of information I want to get for my side. But looking at how Phoenix managed to rip away the MVP, I call for a fall. I would like to dispute this with the referees.
I would like to dispute this as well. I think this is very unjustified. I think just because he has the most kills in that round doesn't make him MVP.
Okay,
does he have the most kills?
Nominations.
Yes, he does.
Apparently he did.
I don't think so. I think some of the players have more slays than Phoenix himself with the 4 kills.
Apparently, according to the stats, it was 4. But, but let's take a look at the MVP quickly before I ask you for your nominations. Anxiety.
Excuse me?
What is going on?
This is Todak, right?
Yes, it is Todak, but
how is Todak with the anxiety logo at the back?
But how did anxiety become our MVPs?
How about we skip this?
Where's
Let's go back to the previous discussion.
And only on the English broadcast will you have the shoutcasters disputing exactly who's called for the MVP. Obviously, we've got our favorites, but beyond our favorites, we need to really focus down on the performance out there on the battlefield. And I feel like anxiety as well as Sam9 were outclassed by Expand, hands down.
100%.
Yes.
I just want to quickly bring this particular moment in that last round. I know that the replay is already done and dusted, but if you remember, Expand against Todak, right? I know that last engagement seemed really close thanks to Pedro once more, but how it all kicked off was a masterclass, was a showing on how much Expand understood how to take these kind of fights. They knew that they had to go into Todak, but the way that they did it was incredible. Cobra was on the roof, he's sniping out Blacklist members, and they pincered Todak from 4 different angles, and it completely caught Todak off guard. If that had went any differently, I honestly think Todak could have held their compound.
But at the same time, Todak did manage to respond well. You know, if it wasn't for that circle, if it wasn't for the blue zone.
You mean Todak or Pedro? I think Pedro did a lot of the heavy lifting in that scenario.
I mean, Pedro's always going to do the heavy lifting for Todak. That's hands down, right? He's, one of the best players for sure.
We need to rename Todak to Pedro, It's not Todak anymore, it's just Pedro.
I doubt the organization will be happy with that suggestion.
I think they would like to dispute this claim.
Look, you're disputing a lot of things. Hang on. I want to go back to this discussion of MVP, right? Because I know both of you that you didn't agree with the choice of MVP. Who would you nominate as MVP for this game?
The team MVP, obviously, I would nominate the one and only Expand. And if you look at the player on the side of Expand, in that final circle, I don't know, but throughout the match, it has to be Cobra.
Yeah, I would take Cobra as well. I think the round before this, it was Axel with his just insane angles that set Cobra up for success. But this round, Cobra set the team up for success just because he took so much control over the Todak house. But of course, this is what we expected from Expand. Within 5 rounds, they got almost 100 points. That's an average of almost 20 points per round. I mean, talk about consistency from Expand.
And mind you, Team A or Group A played 6 rounds and Group C only played 5. So what Expand has pulled off in these 5 matches, phenomenal in comparison to the teams of Group A.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. Just the fact that they played one less game, that's a big difference in most circumstances. So they're 92 with a 1-game disadvantage. That says a lot. I did, however, in that last round, I thought AV Radicals might have been able to swipe that game away from Expand, right? Because they played so fast in that early game, but it almost felt like they played so fast they didn't realize how fast they were going, and they just sort of crashed.
Yeah, sometimes you overheat, right? You are off to such a good start, and you just kept going, and then eventually you run into a wall or something without you noticing that. But despite that, from what we saw from AV Radicals, they played 5 rounds, and they are tied with Anxiety, who played 6.
Yeah.
So that is also something to watch out for if you are from Group A.
Yeah, and I think now we have a better idea as to where these groupings are in terms of power, tier list, consistency. We thought it was going to be the domination of Group B. Not really the case, right?
Don't say we. I never did.
I never said that. I just said that. So you have to understand.
Don't make me turn into Ultraman.
You have to
or something.
understand, Danny. I said Farang is gonna have an easy, a pretty straightforward group, but I never said that Group B would dominate the competition. Okay, I remember my words. Okay, I live with a lawyer. I would like to speak to my attorney about this. Do not twist my words. I'm bringing you to court, Danny.
What? To leave your
love this broadcast.
Wow. Okay, so we've finished up day 1 of the competition so far. We still have more games happening tomorrow. Yes, we have more Free Fire, but there is going to be a slight difference. Firstly, we are going to be going for a map change, and secondly, it's not going to be 8 games, it's going to be 7. Keep that in mind, 7 games tomorrow. But I think day 1 was a pretty good it provided a pretty good sample list of who to look out for, the team's general play styles, and I think most importantly for us as well, we now have an idea as to where some of the teams like to drop, right? I think drop spots insanely important because it dictates play styles and whatnot. But we are going to end the show in just a minute, very quickly before we head on out. Any final words before we close out the show?
I mean, Expand, they have definitely proven to live up to the expectations, right? I looked at the roster before the major started, and I was like, this team is going to be special, and they absolutely proved that.
They are special, and I expect them to live up to the promise that they have shown in day number 1. And I do agree with you, Danny. You know, just because a team just performs on day number 1, it doesn't really mean they're going to take it all the way through. Let's see what they've got for day 2.